working with children, even in non-medical settings. When I was in college, I was a big brother to a couple of children who were, underserved. And I also had an interest in science and medicine, and I decided that I wanted to combine the two and go into pediatrics. But as I went into pediatrics, I quickly learned that there was a lot more to it than that. And it was really a matter of working with families and partnering with parents. And then as the children got older, partnering with the teenagers and the young adults themselves in creating healthy attitudes towards their health care.
Oh, yeah. And of course, I mean, we've seen, and it's been talked about widely culturally, just a sea change in a lot of mental health attitudes of younger people, sort of a sense of fragility.
Absolutely.
You see that, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, since I've started, mental health, behavioral health has risen to the forefront of what I do. And I think it's a good thing. It's an unfortunate thing that we have, but it's good that we're dealing with it,
How do you, in a yearly screening of an otherwise physically healthy young person, what kind of techniques, Dr. Karasik, do you do in that interview, in that meeting, to try and sniff out whether or not there isn't some other intervention needed?
Well, we do two formal written screenings, one for anxiety and one for depression, and all children above the age of 12.
Really?
And yes. And then we also just done an informal interview and conversation during the exam. We ask some questions and have some conversation, which are aimed at trying to discern whether there's any anxiety, depression, or any other mental health issues that might be going on. And also, this doesn't go directly to your question, but we also, on mothers of newborns up to the age of 2 months, we do a maternal screen for the mothers for postpartum depression and try to identify mothers who might be suffering from postpartum depression. And if we do identify it, we try to refer them to a source that might be able to help them.
That's a pretty sophisticated, forward-looking practice you've developed.
Yeah.
We're chatting with Dr. Jeffrey Karasik, who's a pediatrician with Northwell Health. That's a pretty sophisticated way to go about it. Is the mental health assessment a self-assessment by the young person, or also a parent, or one or the other?
No, it's really by the young person themselves. In fact, it's deliberately confidential. It's done by the young person privately, away from the parent, because we don't want parents to influence. We want to assure that the person is doing it confidentially, without the influence of their parents. Of course, we involve the parent at the appropriate time if there is need for intervention, with the permission of the young person.
Dr. Karasik, I think it's worth saying, because I think it's obvious, but it's worth saying anyway, that the bond that you form as the first doctor of a person is probably the lifelong trust bond of a doctor. People don't want to leave you just because they go to college. They're like, but wait a minute, you're still my doctor.
They don't. And the most rewarding thing I'm seeing now, having been in practice for this long, is I'm actually seeing the children of my patients come to me. My patients are having children themselves and bringing their children to me. And that's really, I feel like it's come full circle. It's just an amazing feeling.
They won't let you retire.
Well, that's correct.
That's right. No, that's what happens. I remember just being heartbroken when I was cut loose. So what happened to me, and this was from my pediatrician who kept me healthy with allergy shots. I saw him every week for years. And he became my parents' best friend. I think that they chose him. They wanted their kid's pediatrician as their best friend. I called him Dr. Bernie. And he practiced till he was 92 in Woodmere, Dr. Karasik.
Wow, it's amazing.
But whenever I was in trouble with my little ones, I'd go back to Woodmere, would you believe it, and take my kids to Dr. Bernie, because I only trusted him.
Yep, I'm a Long Islander too.
Are you? What town?
By origin, yes.
Which town?
North Belmore.
Oh.
North Belmore.
Yeah, also on the South Shore. We're chatting with Dr. Jeffrey Karasik, who is a pediatrician with Northwell Health. So are you in North Belmore now? No, you don't live there.
No. I'm in Rockland County now.
Rockland County.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just get back, because you made a distinction between recommended and required vaccines. Could you educate me a little bit? Which vaccines are required versus those that are recommended?
Yes. Actually, the list of required vaccines is surprisingly short. It's DPT, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, hepatitis B, measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, and polio. Those are the required vaccines. The recommended vaccines are hepatitis A, pneumococcal vaccine, Haemophilus influenza type B, which is abbreviated HIB, not HIV as in Victor, but HIB, meningococcal vaccine, human papillomavirus, abbreviated HPV, and the newest one is RSV vaccine, which is given to infants uncertain seasons. So those are the recommended vaccines. A lot of people don't realize that there's a difference between required and recommended vaccines, but we really do strongly recommend the recommended vaccines, almost to the point of not differentiating, but they really are. There really is a difference in terms of recommended versus required.
I see. And we're chatting with Dr. Jeffrey Karasik. So how can a baby get Hep B? Like, how is Hep B transmitted?
It's transmitted to babies during pregnancy. If the mom has hepatitis B, it's transmitted through the placenta. And babies are given a dose of the hepatitis B vaccine shortly after birth, usually in the hospital, right after birth.
This may be a stupid question, but if the mother knows she doesn't have Hep B, why would it be required for the baby to get that vaccine?
Sometimes the mother doesn't know she has Hep B. In other words, if mothers are tested during pregnancy for hepatitis B, but they could have contracted hepatitis B, and the test, because the mother contracted the hepatitis B very, very recently, very, very close to delivery, the test might not be positive yet. It might not be accurate. And hepatitis B is so devastating to a newborn. It can make them so sick that we don't take chances. The vaccine is so safe and so effective, and the disease is so terrible that we do everything we can to protect a newborn against potential hepatitis B infection.
It's like that risk versus benefit analysis.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you see fewer sick babies now, Dr. Karasik, than you did when you first started practicing medicine?
Absolutely. I mean, the rate of hospitalization of children is much, much less. The number of children in the hospital and the degree of illness in the hospital is much, much less because of, the sophistication of medical care, the degree of things that can be taken care of at home, and also the presence of vaccinations that did not exist when I first became a doctor. The hepatitis B, the Haemophilus influenza type B, the pneumococcal vaccines, those have all come into being, even the chickenpox vaccine, during the time that I was during my career.
Oh, I know. My son got the chickenpox. He's 38 now. My daughter's 32. Yeah. She got the vaccine. It was in that time. Right. I remember exactly when that was.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And Dr. Karasik, before we let you go, parents are heading back to school with their kids. As a pediatrician, what advice do you have to help get them ready for school?
Well, I think you have to read your child. There are children. I always ask children starting in July, are you ready to go back to school? Uniformly in July, the answer is no.
Right.
Starting in August, I get yeses and I get nos. The kids who are saying yes are the ones who are chomping at the bit. They want to see their friends. They want the structure of school. They want to learn. They want to do their extracurricular activities. They want to do their sports. The ones who are saying no are anxious. They have anxiety. They're worried. They're worried about the academics. They're worried about the structure. They're worried about the pressure. You have to read your child and figure out what category your child fits into. If your child is one of the anxiety-ridden children, you have to help them through it. You have to get them ready. You have to bring them to the school, play on the playground, get them together with play dates with friends who are going to be in their class, try to figure out who their teacher is going to be, bring them to meet their teacher a few days beforehand, get them in the classroom, get them gradually ready. The worst thing you can do is ignore it and say, they're anxious about going to school, so we just won't talk about it now. We'll deal with it when the time comes, because that child is going to fall apart on the first day of school. So you have to really know who your child is and what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are, and speak to that. That's the biggest piece of advice I could give to a parent in getting their child ready emotionally for school.
Yeah, because really what you're talking about is fear and fear of the
Right.
unknown. And the more you can make the unknown known, the less fear you have.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. Well, Dr. Jeffrey Karasik, thank you so much from Northwell. We really appreciate you being on the air, and we appreciate your service to all of God's children all over the globe.
Oh,
So
thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high near 80. Clear this evening and overnight, near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 8th, a big day in history. In 1969, the Beatles did their photo shoot for the album cover of Abbey Road. On this day in 1974, President Richard Nixon announced his resignation because of Watergate.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour in this office.
In 1992, the U.S. men's basketball dream team won the gold medal at the Barcelona Summer Olympics. Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. And Academy Award-winning actor Dustin Hoffman is celebrating his birthday today.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
August 8th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has reportedly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against some Latin American drug cartels. The New York Times reports that would be an official basis for direct military operations at sea or on foreign soil. CBS's Nicole Skanga.
Use of military forces to carry out what has primarily been a law enforcement responsibility to curb narco trafficking also raises a number of legal and even logistical questions. For her part, the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum today said that members of the U.S. military would not be entering Mexico. In a statement, a White House spokesperson said only that President Trump's top priority is protecting the homeland.
An appeals court today tossed out a judge's contempt finding against the administration and the deportations of immigrants to an El Salvador prison. Today was the deadline for Russian President Putin over the war in Ukraine. It isn't clear if a meeting between Putin and President Trump is being organized. CBS's Olivia Gazis is following.
Right now, there's a lot of meetings about whether this meeting should actually take place, because today was the deadline that President Trump set for himself in issuing a new swath of sanctions on Russia, or secondary sanctions on its purchasers of oil, should it not enter into a ceasefire with Ukraine.
There has been international condemnation of Israeli plans to take over Gaza City. Reporter Robert Berger is monitoring the reaction from Jerusalem.
Maybe the most significant thing is what we heard from Germany. Now, that's a country that's Israel's strongest supporter in Europe, and they're committed to Israel's security because of history, the Holocaust. And they came out and said, we're not selling any more arms to Israel that could be used in Gaza.
The Justice Department has subpoenaed New York's Attorney General over whether she violated Trump's civil rights in her handling of a civil fraud investigation. Letitia James says any weaponization of the justice system should disturb every American. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
One of the dangers of calling for Department of Justice investigation of James is the chilling effect it may have on her and others in bringing cases that they believe are righteous. And in fact, we have to remember, in the case against Trump, he had a judgment against him.
An advocacy group is suing the Justice Department and FBI for records on their handling of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Democracy Forward wants senior administration officials' communication information about Epstein documents and any correspondence between Epstein and President Trump. On Wall Street this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow is up 251. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Fairfield Board of Selectmen have deadlocked on choosing a successor for the late Bill Gerber. According to the town charter, the replacement must be from the same political party and chosen by the remaining board members. If they cannot choose someone within 30 days, the town clerk has 10 days to notify a group of Democratic elected officials, as Gerber was a Democrat, who will then have 60 days to determine who the replacement will be. The two selectmen are fellow Democrat and current acting first selectman Christine Vitale and Republican selectman Brenda Kupchik. Governor Ned Lamont signed a new bill into law yesterday that will make it easier for the victims of gun violence to sue the manufacturers and distributors of firearms. Beginning in October, gun makers and retailers must take what the law describes as, quote, reasonable controls to prevent liability. At a news conference attended by WTNH TV News 8, the governor praised the increased accountability that this law brings to the gun industry.
This law is just one more step as we try and make sure that it's not just Connecticut law enforcement doing all the enforcing, but we hold the manufacturers and the salespeople accountable as well.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the legislation. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora told Channel 8 that the law casts too wide of a net.
To think now that you're going to cast this net into sportsman clubs and those type of recreational activities where they could inadvertently be pulled in because they're posting something on their bulletin board, to me, just makes it too unreasonable.
There are over 20 job openings in Wallingford Public Schools, with the first day of classes just weeks away. As of this week, there were 12 teaching positions still open, mostly special education positions. The district also has openings for a social worker, a psychologist, and 2 trauma specialists. Other open positions include nursing staff and cafeteria workers. And Meriden is disbanding its volunteer fire department at the end of this year. The decision is based on low volunteer numbers and the money needed to sustain the volunteer program. The city plans to keep Station 6 open with career firefighters to ensure response times in South Meriden are not affected. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
A tough ride in spots southbound of 95. We had an earlier brush fire. Now we have an accident reported by Sherwood Island. Delays go all the way back into Bridgeport. Northbound's not too bad out of Stamford. Patchy volume into Westport. Parkway southbound, that's construction into 4142. Parkway northbound, we have construction by the Sikorsky Bridge. Delays back to Route 8. And southbound Parkway by exit 56 in Orange, we have a tractor trailer. He shouldn't be there. He's waiting for state police to escort him off. He got about a half mile of delay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So the guy that's on the parkway right now that shouldn't be there, can he read the signs? Can he read English? I'm just asking. What we talked about the other day. Hey, I'm sorry. Oh, he's so nasty already. Hey, I'm sorry. It's Friday. Give me a break. But let's start with driving, shall we? Because, again, you and I talk about that oh so much because driving is, right, the great equalizer. Some of us may be driving around in $18,000 or $20,000 sedans. Others are driving Bentleys and Rolls Royces and Maseratis. Others of us are driving stuff that's held together with, Flex Seal, my favorite. And again, Flex Seal, Bondo, or duct tape. But we like to survive the roads. And I start with a question today because there's a kind of an interesting article here. And maybe the folks at Hearst are listening to you and I on this radio station 5 days a week or so. Because there's a real interesting story today about something you and I always talk about. And you and I wonder what's up with the psychos on the road. Now, that's not really the Hearst headline here. But the story by Robert Marchand, what is behind, and I already got a lot of responses on this on Facebook, what's behind Connecticut's aggressive and dangerous drivers going upwards of 100 miles an hour? Now, I think some of them are mentally ill. I do. I do think that some of the people you see driving like idiots are, in fact, schizophrenic, they're OCD, they're extreme bipolar. They have a death wish. Well, why do you say that, Paul? Are you a doctor? No, I'm not a doctor, but that's my show, and I can say it. So there. But no, seriously, I saw a guy the other day. I moved over to the right lane, and here's a guy in, the typical low-slung $10,000 wheels on a Hyundai with blacked-out windows, and he's doing about 85, and he's literally a foot and a half off this guy's bumper. Now, that guy's mentally sane. He's firing on all cylinders. He's not nuts. He has all his forks, knives, and spoons in a drawer, but I digress. So you tell me, what is it? Let's start with an open-ended question here. Now, there are some interesting things in this story. They say it's a hot topic among lawmakers, police officers, social scientists, transportation experts, and even social media posters. What's up with super speeding? Now, we're not talking about somebody like you and I who, okay, we drive 70, 75, maybe if we're in a hurry. We tickle 80. I told you about 10 or 15 years ago was the last speeding ticket I got. And I was doing 83. And the very nice, rather good-looking Connecticut State Police trooper, I might say, she was ready for the wah-wah guitar. She wrote me down for 78 or 77. It kept me out of court. She said, listen, sir, you were up front with me. I said, well, yeah. We'll write you up for this, and we were on our merry ways. But I wasn't doing 90, 95, 100. And then I see this figure here, again, courtesy of Hearst. The motor vehicle death rate per 100,000 people in the Northeast. You know who's number one? Connecticut. All right. For the year 2023, Connecticut had 8.5 motor vehicle deaths per 100,000 people. Rhode Island had 6.5. New Jersey, who I think has the absolute worst drivers in God's universe, the Jersey drivers had 6.5, New York had 5.7, and surprisingly, Massachusetts had 4.9 deaths per 100,000. But how is it possible that Connecticut has almost twice as many deaths per 100,000 people in the Northeast in New England than Massachusetts does? I thought Massachusetts drivers were idiots. Except you people who aren't, but you know what I'm saying. So we open with my little question today, and I see a lot of people are already enjoying it, rather constructive and interesting answers, as always, on Facebook, facebook.com/voice of CT. But you can call or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why does Connecticut have one of the highest motor vehicle death rates in the Northeast? How is that possible? And a bigger question is, why do people drive the way they do? And again, I'm not talking about you and I, who may be exceeding the speed limit, but we're not driving recklessly, aggressively. Speed doesn't kill. Uncontrollable idiocy on the roads do. So you and I are sitting there on the Meriden, on the Wilbercross, on Route 7 and 91 and 95, maybe going home tonight. Nice evening out there. Going to get hot again over the weekend into next week, and the beachgoers will be out there. But we see these people, and you say to yourself, why would you hang a foot off somebody's bumper? Why would you do that? Is the part of your brain at that moment that calculates, hey, if this guy taps his brakes, my head's going to be in his lap? Is that part of somebody's brain not just functioning? That's a serious question. You look at some people on the roads, and I guess the Connecticut folks are trying to figure this out here. According to Hearst, the police and the social scientists and everybody, and I don't know, is it weed? Is it the decriminalization of mushrooms? What is it? Gummies? You tell me. Seriously, is it people that lose their spatial relationships, or are they just stupid? Seriously. Again, I saw a car yesterday, foot and a half off somebody's bumper, and we're doing 80 miles an hour, 70, 75, 80. So does a person like that, of course, with the blacked out windows and the blacked out license plate, typical, yes, all stereotypes do have a modicum of truth to them. Do they just not care? Did they hit their head and fall out of a high chair when they were young? Did they mistake the paint chips for potato chips? You tell me. What is it? I don't get it. Good question here to start off, I think, as we roll along here on a Friday, the 8th of August, 2025. Why does Connecticut have one of the highest motor vehicle death rates in the country and in the Northeast? Why is that? Why have people gone nuts since COVID? Wasn't really like this pre-COVID. Yeah, you had your idiots out there here and there, but they were few and far between. I don't know, is COVID now locked in some people's brains? Is it nestled up there in their upper nasal area? I don't know. You tell me. Because I just sit in the right lane and I laugh. Seriously, I laugh. Some guy gave me the finger the other day because I didn't move out of the left lane quick enough, and I was only doing about 83. So that deserved the middle finger. Seriously, what's wrong with people? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What do you attribute to the psychosis on Connecticut roads?
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, the Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
A tough ride on southbound 95, accident by Sherwood Island and Westport. The delays back to Bridgeport. Parkway's not much better if you're heading south. We got the construction slowing you down getting into 42 in Westport. Both roadways really not too bad for a Friday. Heading northbound, 95's heaviest getting in through Norwalk. Route 8 looks pretty good. Northbound Parkway still heavy into the Sikorsky Bridge with construction. And last check, we still have a tractor trailer in the right lane waiting for state police to back them off, causing delays by exit 56 into Orange. Traffic brought to you by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. Tom Colangelo, WICC
For
traffic.
this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday, sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
I want to know. It's my show. Somebody has to tell me that guy they have to back off the parkway that Tom just talked about. Does he speak and read English? I want to know. What are you saying that for, Paul? Because we had a news story the other day said, hey, a lot of these guys and gals may not know hablo or be able to read English. They're just saying, what does the sign say on the parkway? No commercial vehicles. No, I'm just saying, oh, relax. It's a joke, sort of. But we start today with this. Why does Connecticut have one of the highest motor vehicle death rates anywhere, especially in the Northeast? Now, I find this interesting, and again, it's a big story today, good story, thought-provoking story by the Hearst people. But again, you scroll down to the story and you find this, a quote from Jessica Ciccino. I hope I'm not butchering her name. She's Senior VP of Behavior and Infrastructure Research at the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. She said, hey, maybe pot has something to do with it, you think? She said, quote, we have seen that cannabis legalization in the U.S. has led to more crashes and insurance claims in states that have legalized it. Well, of course. But see, they won't say that in Connecticut because, we have to get the money that we can then spend instead of creating jobs. You notice how, more often than not, you do hear of reports about somebody being cranked on booze or something, but very rarely do we hear about marijuana. And heck, look at all the guests I had on pre the marijuana legalization and how many people that I have on that said, well, yeah, your accidents are going to increase. Your reckless driving is going to increase. Yeah, but hey, why not? Hey, we need the money in Hartford, right? Yeah, but other states have had it. Well, it'll all even out. We're going to flatten the curve on that one, too. Remember flattening the curve? We'll get to the Facebook answers on this. Got some pretty funny things, actually. You folks are good. I got to admit that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why does Connecticut have one of the highest motor vehicle death rates in the Northeast? And what's up with these crazy drivers? Again, I'm not talking about if you and I do a little oopsie here and we're going 75 or 76, we're not paying attention, we got to get to the party on time. I'm talking about the crazies out there, the nuts, the sickos who, whether they're in a Maserati or a meatpacking truck that's falling apart, they think it's okay to tailgate at 85 miles an hour. Maybe they are high. Maybe they are drunk. And, of course, I saw a guy tailgating me the other day, so I moved over. And what was he doing? He was scrolling through his phone. How often, how many times do we hear, put your phone down, stop looking at your phone, put your phone down, and people still do it. So to me, if they're still doing that and driving 85 miles an hour, they are mentally ill. They got dropped on their head. They had a few too many gummies. Somebody smacked them in the head a little too much. I don't know. But well, that's a little cruel, Paul. Is it? How is it that you hear on this station with the experts we have on, particularly with Melissa in the morning and her experts, and people on all these TV and radio stations and all these public service campaigns, put down the phone, and I had some jerk flashing me to get out of the way, which is fine, and he's tickling 90 looking at his phone. That's mental illness. I don't know what happened to the guy. Maybe he snorted baking soda, thought it was cocaine. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. And he kind of gave me a wink to as he drove by, and then if that guy drives off and hits a tree, what do we hear from his family? Oh, he was the light of the party. Oh, when he walked in a room, oh, he had such promise. Well, apparently not. If you're going to be looking at your phone driving about 85. Henry's with us to lead us off. Henry, how are you? Hello.
Like usual, I didn't call to argue, so don't turn it into an argument. I'm just trying to educate, and I do have the deepest possible respect for you and your opinion.
Well, that's good.
Because now when Well, before I say anything, I'm wondering about the statistics that they're not lying, but I wonder. I do know one thing.
Yeah.
That the most crowded a roadway in the United States is between Boston and New York.
Yeah.
On I-95.
Yeah.
By far the most crowded.
Yeah.
That's one thing. So statistics don't tell you that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I just wonder what the numbers would be if you take the amount of people, that 100,000, whatever number they use. How many of those? Some of those people have 4 cars. I'm just saying you got to look at all the things with statistics, because statistics will say whatever you want them to say. But here is a fact.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this at all, because marijuana, they smoke a couple of joints, have a party on the weekend, and it'll stay in your system,
absolutely,
in your bloodstream,
for days,
in your urine
for days.
No. I know, but you don't get high for 30 days. It'll stay in your fat cells for 30 days,
and
it
will impair your motor reaction. Yes.
No, that's very true.
Yeah.
But the fact is, and if you look it up, again, I didn't call to argue. I called to just straighten out from what I have learned.
Okay.
Not my opinion.
All right.
A guy gets in an accident tonight at 2:30 in the morning after leaving a bar.
Yeah.
He's going the wrong way on 95.
Okay.
He kills 3 people.
All right.
Maybe even himself.
Okay.
It's hypothetical.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he's a DUI when they give him the test.
Yeah.
He's drunk out of his mind.
Yeah.
But but the blood work also shows that he had marijuana in his system.
Exactly.
Could be from 2 days ago.
Absolutely.
It will go down as another marijuana related death.
Henry, I don't know that.
Lie.
I don't know that, Henry. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. All right, that's enough. Oh. There is no standard for reporting marijuana deaths, Henry, I believe, because unlike being able to measure for alcohol, yes, they will say that there's a combination of items in a person's body, alcohol. They can test for barbiturates, amphetamines, and THC. But anywhere you read is that they do not have a standard as to what is a THC impairment in X guy who weighs 180 pounds versus a woman who weighs 105 or 110 pounds. So, yeah, Henry, you're right. There are people who have, in fact, sadly, that state legislator there from Meriden or Middletown, they called him Q was his nickname, and he was coming home, I think, from a political function, and he had what they call poly, to mean many sort of polysubstance abuse or something like that. But as to what exactly caused his lack of reaction time, nobody really knows.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound 95 still jammed pretty solid out of Bridgeport down into Westport. We had an accident and a brush fire out by Sherwood Island. 95 further south, some delays into Norwalk. Northbound's not too bad out of Stamford. Parkway southbound still with the construction by 41 at Westport, so you backed up almost into Fairfield. Northbound on the Parkway, heavy up to the Sikorsky Bridge. That's road work. Building a little bit, Route 8 up into the valley. And not too bad further north, that tractor-trailer's gone from the Parkway by exit 56 in Orange. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday, sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum says there will be no invasion of Mexico. Her remarks come after a New York Times report that President Trump has secretly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against some Latin American drug cartels. On the day President Trump set as a deadline for Russian President Vladimir Putin, there is still no announcement of a meeting. CBS's Aaron Navarro at the White House.
There are indications that there is planning from the
U.S. side for some type of meeting. We know that the United Arab Emirates, Rome, and Hungary are under consideration.
The Justice Department has expanded its investigation into New York Attorney General Letitia James in the civil fraud investigation of the president. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
It is pretty unprecedented to go after a prosecutor for doing what prosecutors are supposed to do.
On Wall Street, stocks are higher today. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The active search has been suspended for a 6-year-old boy who fell into the Housatonic River in Stratford on Wednesday. The U.S. Coast Guard announced yesterday afternoon that after 22 hours of continuous searching, they made the difficult decision to pull back resources. The unidentified child fell into the water at the Birdseye Street boat ramp, and despite the efforts of a witness, the boy went under and did not resurface. Officials say the matter is now considered a recovery effort. A former Sacred Heart University student appears headed to prison after pleading guilty to causing a crash that seriously injured 6 people. Tyler Delk was reportedly under the influence when he crashed his roommate's car into an Uber carrying the driver and 4 female students at the college. All 5 in the vehicle and Delk were hospitalized with very serious injuries, and all have survived. Delk has agreed to plead guilty to charges that will send him to prison for over 4 years under an agreement with prosecutors. The Department of Motor Vehicles office in Stamford has been relocated to the government center. The office was displaced from its former home at the Lathan Wider Community Center by a January flood that filled the basement with over 3 feet of water. It's unclear when the damaged facility will be ready to reopen. However, Stamford officials say the move to the government center appears to be permanent. The office is by appointment only and provides a variety of DMV services that include license and registration renewals. It appears the undeveloped buildings on the Cherry Street Lofts project in Bridgeport could be demolished in the near future. The city is seeking bids to demolish the 4 blighted buildings that are continuing to deteriorate. Developer Gary Flacco has until the middle of September to secure financing for the redevelopment of the buildings. The complex opened in 2018 and currently features 158 units of affordable housing and a charter school. Mosquitoes infected with West Nile virus have been detected in 21 cities and towns so far this year. Most of the locations where the infected mosquitoes have been found are along the shoreline. However, officials at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station say they are now seeing a geographical expansion of West Nile to new towns. The agency is anticipating a further buildup of West Nile activity from now through September, with an increased risk of human activity. Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Agricultural Experiment Station says that West Nile can cause a wide spectrum of illness.
Flu-like illness, fever, headache, to more severe disease when it infects the central nervous system, and it can cause things like muscle weakness, tremors, seizures, paralysis, and coma.
Governor Ned Lamont says he has reached out to the NBA commissioner to discuss the possible relocation of the WNBA's Connecticut Sun. Lamont says at the end of the day, it's the NBA that makes the call on whether or not the Sun are able to relocate. A Boston-based group has made a $325 million offer to buy the Sun from the Mohegan tribe and move the team to Boston. Lamont says Connecticut, quote, is still in there fighting to keep the team in the state.
I know who our team is. I know that we've got a very competitive bid. I know we have lots of local corporate support who want to make this happen. And we're doing everything we can to keep them here in the state.
And the Fairfield National Baseball team is just a win away from the Little League World Series. And team manager Brian Palazzolo says that spirits are high.
The team was so happy. We want to be Team CT. We love the Fairfield National community, and Connecticut is embracing us as theirs. So it's been really wild. It's fun. It really is.
The youngsters from Fairfield will play against the Long Island, New York team of St. James Smithtown tonight. The winner will be the Metro Region champion and will earn a trip to Williamsport, Pennsylvania for the World Series. The New York team defeated Fairfield National by a 6-1 score on Monday. Tonight's game is at 7 p.m. on ESPN. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Southbound 95 still jammed pretty solid out of Bridgeport down into Westport. We had an accident and a brush fire up by Sherwood Island. 95 further south, some delays into Norwalk. Northbound's not too bad out of Stamford. Parkway southbound still with the construction by 41 in Westport, so you backed up almost into Fairfield. Northbound on the Parkway, heavy up to the Sikorsky Bridge. That's road work. Building a little bit, Route 8 up into the valley. And not too bad further north, that tractor trailer's gone from the Parkway by exit 56 in Orange. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right here for you at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Chatting it up, getting it underway today with kind of an interesting story here from Hearst, Robert Marchand's story. What's behind aggressive and dangerous driving here in Connecticut? Speeds upwards of 100 miles an hour. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I like to drive fast. I do. I don't know what it is. I've always thought that even if you're doing it safely, there is something physiological, shall we say, in the human being that when you couple that with the laws of physics and the laws of motion and gravity, speed is intoxicating. I don't know why, but I think inherently it's more fun to go fast than it is slow. This is why you have a lot of, for example, go-kart tracks in the area. Why have men and women raced vehicles since we had the first motorized vehicles around the turn of the 1800s into the 1900s? Yeah, it's competition, but, if you've ever gone to, as I have a few times years ago, to a go-kart track or some karting scenario, or even if you're at a racing simulator at a theme park or whatever, it's kind of exhilarating. There's something about speeding. I'm talking physically. I'm talking about in a dimension that we're all in. Going fast does something sometimes physically, metaphysically, chemical-wise. I don't know what it is. There are probably people that make far more money than me or in a higher echelon than me that can figure that out. So is that what it is on Connecticut roads? I don't know, because again, prior to COVID, and that's the mark they all use, right? Late 2019 into early 2020, when you and I were getting through this together, and we were here for a couple, 3 years before it all smoothed out and evened out a couple of years ago. They all say, everybody quoted in this story here, and all the people we've had on the radio station saying, hey, all that open concrete, open asphalt, open blacktop that we had, when there was hardly anybody on the roads during COVID, people started driving faster, and it did something to them. So is that it? Are they mentally challenged? Why the craziness on the roads? And even not so much the speed, but the recklessness of it. Speed in and of itself doesn't really kill anyone if everybody's going 70 or 75 or 80 or 85. It's fine. Again, I've driven on the Autobahn in Germany a bunch of years ago. I know what that's like. I did it for 7 or 8 days. It was wonderful because everybody was going fast and everybody was behaving. Why don't people behave here? Like we discussed with our friend Henry earlier. Is it weed? Right? Everybody says, well, it was COVID. All right, but is it weed? I don't know. I haven't ingested anything with THC in it for years and years. You tell me. And if you want to call, fine, 333-9422, 333-WICC. But if you don't, if you'd like to talk about this and you just don't want to come on the air, if you want to text me on it, I won't use your name, I won't use your phone number. But if you want to text me and say, hey, Paul, I think it's the THC because one night I did a gummy and drove and I didn't realize how fast I was driving. If you want to tell me that, I'll put it out there. Not going to tell anybody who you are, man, woman, humanoid, alien, whatever. Text or talk 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got a couple of text messages here from this person, all three messages today. If you think Connecticut drivers are bad and the roads are terrible, try living and driving on Long Island for a while. You know, I get to the island every so often. I don't know. The last time I drove on the LIE, heading out east from Queens to Middle Island, it actually wasn't that bad. Wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad. This person also says, hey, maybe we're number one in death because we have the casinos and attractions that people drive to and forth. That's interesting. And then this person adds, the only time I ever get close to somebody's bumper is after a dinner date. No, is when I have some knucklehead to my right, typically on the Merritt Parkway, although it's happened on 95. Generally, though, it does not because there's more lanes to pass. However, there are these knuckleheads and meatheads, meatheads that think they're going to come and pass you and squeeze in because I have a work van and they have to get in front of the van. God forbid. So I try to close the gap in front of my car and prevent them from doing that. All right, full disclosure, I've done that to people. I see a guy coming up on my right, and I figure, okay, the guy's going to want to pass me. Let me move over so he passes me on his left so he doesn't clip me. And yes, I've cut off a couple of people there saying to myself, hey, you're not going to cut in on the right side. You're just not going to do it. Sorry, and thanks for playing. And, of course, the last time I did this, I got the one-finger salute, whatever. I thought of responding in kind, saying, hey, pal, we're number one, too, but, I don't know what he has under the seat there or on the seat next to him. But you tell me, Talkster text at 203-333-9422. Responses building up here. We'll read some of those later in the show. 333-WICC. Why does the state of Connecticut have one of the highest motor vehicle death rates per 100,000, the way you measure it, in the entire Northeast?
Yeah, it's summer, but a new high school sports season is coming soon. For the most in-depth coverage of FCAC high school sports, subscribe to the Rudin Report at therudinreport.com, powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
This summer, cruise to Norwalk Sheffield Island and the historic Sheffield Island Lighthouse with the Norwalk Seaport Association. Try the Sunset Cruise Wednesdays to Sundays and enjoy being on the Sound while sipping a glass of wine. Or choose the Sheffield Island Cruise with a tour of the 157-year-old lighthouse. The Seaport's vessel is roomy and comfortable with plenty of space. Make your reservation today at seaport.org. Enjoy all the Sound has to offer. Go to seaport.org. See you on board.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Jack. Southbound 95 still jammed up pretty solid out of Bridgeport down exit 19 in Southport. Right and center lanes taken out with an accident and an earlier brush fire. Northbound, not too bad out of Stamford. Patchy volume, we'll call it heaviest in through Norwalk. Parkway northbound, some delays out of New Canaan, heavy into 4142. Southbound still heavy into Norwalk. And northbound up by the Sikorsky Bridge still have that construction. Route 8 starting to build into the bridge. Southbound 95 busy in through Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Local talk every afternoon. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So coupling up a couple of rolling issues here. So number one, we look at one story here on Hearst talking about the fact that Connecticut has a very, very high death rate per 100,000 people on the roads, primarily due to speeding, but, that and what they call now aggressive driving. And this story here, too, which is interesting. Richard Chumney's story. Don't know whether you had a chance to peruse this today. How many of you folks rode a school bus at one time or another in your schoolage? That's not a word, I know. In your tutelage in school. Yeah, I did I did city buses. I did my dad dropping me off, and I did in elementary school. I did a bus for a couple of years. Then I walked about a half mile, 3/4 of a mile home, whatever. It didn't seem like a long distance to me. But we see this. And it's not just a local issue, it's nationally as well. Get this. Some Bridgeport students may have the longest walks to school in the U.S. after bus route cuts. That doesn't say, as I thought it said when I looked at it initially, in Connecticut. Now, I thought it said, some Bridgeport students may have the longest walks to school in the state. I looked at it again. I went, whoa, longest walks to school in the U.S. after some cuts in bus routes. Again, Bridgeport students may have the longest walks to school in the U.S. after bus route cuts. Why? Well, school funding. And again, this is something I always ask, just as a concerned taxpayer, even though I don't live in Bridgeport, but I ask this all the time. Where's all the money going? And again, I understand it. I'm being rhetorical here. But listen to this. For hundreds of Bridgeport students, the journey from the front door of their home to the entrance of their school is set to become longer thanks to dramatic cuts in transportation. The city school system wants to save about $4.5 million. And this is interesting now. By increasing the distance some students have to walk to school by half a mile, which when you think about it is not a long way. Half a mile is 2 laps of, say, a standard running track. High school, college track. The half a mile is 2 laps of that, on what would be a 400-meter track, just the way you can relate to this. So a standard track is about 1/4 of a mile. It's a little less or a little more when they went to 400 meters, which, used to be 440 yards. There used to be the 220, the 880, the 440, the 880. Now it's 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters. And a metric mile is 1,500 meters. I'm sorry, but, I'm a geek. What can I tell you? So basically, it says here that the goal is to save $4.5 million by increasing the distance some students have to walk to school by half a mile. That's not that far. And half a mile at a normal rate of what a young person walks, It's probably about 10 or 15 minutes because the normal healthy human gait, or GAIT, not GATE, walking speed is about 3 miles an hour. So you figure a half a mile is going to be 10 or 15 minutes, roughly. But experts warn it could lead to an increase in tardiness and absenteeism. Now, that change will effectively eliminate free busing for nearly, 2,400 K-12 students across the city, including hundreds of charter school students who rely on district transportation to get to class every day. How about that? The warnings come as the district already faces record high rates of chronic absenteeism. See, it's one of those issues I keep saying it's rough. We really never get our arms around. According to the latest data from Connecticut, a little more than 29% of students missed at least 1 in 10 school days in the 2023-2024 school year, up from almost 29% a year ago. Wow. Now, according to the budget documents, this is interesting. The school board in Bridgeport allocated $6,360,000 for general education transportation and a little less than $1.9 million for charter school transport. Right now, 1,592 charter students currently get daily bus transportation, but they're not saying how many of the 20,000 traditional elementary and high school students are now eligible for busing. And you may ask, what's the distance factor here? Well, the district currently only provides transport for elementary and charter school students who live further than a mile from school. So if you're further than a mile from school, you're entitled to transport in Bridgeport. And for traditional high school students who live more than 2 miles away. So the cutoff point is 2 miles for high school, a mile for charter and elementary school students. So there you go. District officials have not yet ID'd the individual students who will no longer have access to bus service when the distances grow by a half mile this fall. So that's what they're thinking of doing in Bridgeport. I guess not thinking, they're going to do it. So the cutoffs that were now, a mile and 2 miles become, a mile and a half and 2 miles and a half. The change will affect about 1,700 elementary school students and 600 high schoolers. State law says school systems have to provide transport for all school-age kids who attend public and certain private schools within the district whenever it is reasonable and desirable. So there you go. So I guess in an effort to save money, and I guess the bus companies, submit their bids depending upon how many stops, how many schools, how many school students, how many buses, and where those buses have to go. So by lengthening the cutoff out, says here, by a half a mile or so, that's where you get to save money. Man, oh man. It's just, and I understand organizations, cities, towns, departments, they have their budgets. I understand. You do have, sometimes, as I always say, the math wins. And you may say, well, they're kids. They can walk the extra half a mile. What if you were a parent or a godparent or a grandparent? And all of a sudden it says, hey, your elementary school student is going to have to walk X amount of miles further. That's tough. It's only a half a mile. It's 10 or 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, but I mean, think about all the stuff that can, will, and might happen in that time frame.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Southbound 95 still jammed pretty heavy out of Bridgeport down to Sherwood Island. Right and center lane still taken out with an accident and earlier brush fire. Northbound's building coming out of Darien, getting up into Route 7 in Norwalk. Parkway a little bit slow out of Stamford. Pretty heavy into 41, 42 in Westport. Easing out up by the Route 8 ramps, that construction wrapped up. Northbound Route 8 still with some delays by the Commodore Hull Bridge into Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And once again, to put it in perspective here, according to this story in Hearst, the planned distance, the cutoff distance for high schoolers of 2.5 miles from their school. In other words, they would have to live greater than 2.5 miles away, which is currently 2 miles. If you move that back to 2.5 miles to allow a savings on busing into and through the Bridgeport school systems, that would be one of the lengthiest in the entire country. For example, the cutoff in New Haven and also down the road in New York City is 1.5 miles. Wow, think about that.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There is condemnation of Israel's plans to widen the Gaza war at the UN.
The Secretary General is gravely alarmed by the decision of the Israeli government to take control of Gaza City. The decision marks a dangerous escalation and risks deepening the already catastrophic consequences for millions of Palestinians.
Spokeswoman Stephanie Tremblay, we're still awaiting word on if there will be any action on Russia today. It's President Trump's deadline for Vladimir Putin to agree on a deal on Ukraine. It also isn't clear what the status is for talks between Trump and Putin. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi.
No decision on the meeting has been made yet. They are looking at potentially doing it in the United Arab Emirates or Rome and Italy. The important part about that is those are two places where the president has already been. So when you think about the security apparatus of what it would take for the Secret Service to feel comfortable with this type of meeting, those are two places that are already vetted.
Mexico's president on reports the Trump administration may use military force against drug cartels deemed terrorist organizations. Claudia Sheinbaum says there is no risk of Mexico being invaded. New York's Attorney General Letitia James is in the president's crosshairs again. She's been subpoenaed by the Justice Department for her handling of a civil fraud investigation. CBS's Jake Rosen.
The investigation, the civil lawsuit that resulted in $355 million fine that has then been appealed. We really have not heard from an appeals court on that for a long time. That doesn't mean President Trump has forgotten about it. And the Department of Justice is opening an investigation. A grand jury has been convened in that case to potentially go after her for potentially violating President Trump's legal rights in that investigation.
The latest salvo in the Texas redistricting battle. Democratic lawmakers who fled the state will need to show up to collect their paychecks. House Speaker Destin Burrows.
The Constitution forbids us from withholding pay. It does not dictate how we issue the pay. Those checks must now be picked up in person on Capitol grounds, effective immediately.
But where are the Democrats? Reporter Trevor Sohaki is tracking some of them.
They're now leaving Illinois, where they've spent the last week or so. They're going to California. That's according to Governor Gavin Newsom's office. And this is all in an effort to block Republicans from redrawing congressional districts to give the GOP 5 more seats in the U.S. House.
On Wall Street today, stocks have been higher. The Dow Jones Industrials are currently up 227 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-375-8936. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A former Sacred Heart University student appears headed to prison after pleading guilty to causing a crash that seriously injured 6 people. Tyler Delk was reportedly under the influence when he crashed his roommate's car into an Uber carrying the driver and 4 female students at the college. All 5 in the vehicle and Delk were hospitalized with very serious injuries, and all have survived. Delk has agreed to plead guilty to charges that will send him to prison for over 4 years under an agreement with prosecutors. The Department of Motor Vehicles office in Stamford has been relocated to the Government Center. The office was displaced from its former home at the Lathan Wider Community Center by a January flood that filled the basement with over 3 feet of water. It's unclear when the damaged facility will be ready to reopen. However, Stamford officials say the move to the Government Center appears to be permanent. The office is by appointment only and provides a variety of DMV services that include license and registration renewals. And the Fairfield National Baseball team is a win away from the Little League World Series, and team manager Brian Palazzolo says that spirits are high.
The team was so happy. We want to be Team CT. We love the Fairfield National community, and Connecticut is embracing us as theirs. So it's been really wild. It's fun. It really is.
The youngsters from Fairfield will play against the Long Island, New York team of St. James Smithtown tonight. The winner will be the Metro Region champion and will earn a trip to Williamsport, Pennsylvania for the World Series. The New York team defeated Fairfield National by a 6-1 score on Monday. Tonight's game is at 7 p.m. on ESPN. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound 95 still jammed pretty heavy out of Bridgeport down to Sherwood Island. Right and center lane still taken out with an accident and earlier brush fire. Northbound's building coming out of Darien, getting up into Route 7 in Norwalk. Parkway a little bit slow out of Stamford. Pretty heavy into 41, 42 in Westport. Easing out up by the Route 8 ramps. That construction wrapped up. Northbound Route 8 still with some delays by the Commodore Hull Bridge into Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A couple of driving-related topics today. A couple of interesting stories there. We woke up to from Hearst this morning, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One is that because of adjustments, I guess, that are going to be made as the school year begins, some students in Bridgeport, they're not exactly sure how many high schoolers yet, and about 1,100 or so, they say, according to this story, maybe charter school students and middle school students. The numbers aren't perfect, though. Some of those students are going to have a longer walk, to school, because the city's readjusting the perimeters, the dividing line, as to where some students will be able to get on a bus versus some students who will just have to walk, and that's being adjusted. I guess the minimum line there, the minimum distance that you have to live from Bridgeport School, these various schools, to be eligible to get bused is going to be adjusted by a half a mile further, or a half mile at least for the high school students. Now, I mean, that's okay on a nice day, I guess, but and they say it's going to save about, some and change $1 million. But again, they're just, whether it's this, whether it's special ed, there just never seems to be enough money. And I'm not saying that these cuts are not warranted or needed, but it is frustrating, no matter, and not just in Bridgeport, but whatever other city or town you look at here in the state. And look, I've never been on a board of education. I know this stuff gets greasy on many boards of ed. You got the teachers wanting one thing. You got the principals wanting one thing. You got the school superintendents wanting one thing. There's pressure on property taxes. I get that. But man, oh man, there's never enough money. And that's why I say I'm always weary when you hear some people say, well, we just need to appropriate more money, and more money will fix things. Well, has it? In the past 60, 65, or 70 years, you have that, and you have this story here, people asking kind of rhetorically, because I guess they know it started around COVID, what's behind the aggressive and dangerous driving in the state? It's not just the speed. You can look. Every weekend, you can watch guys and gals in NASCAR, in Grand Prix racing, in IndyCar, in Formula One, in the truck series, drag racing, funny cars. The speed is not dangerous. When everybody does the same speed and does that speed operating in the same regulations, the speed isn't killing. The speed is not maiming. Assuming there are no accidents and no mechanical breakdowns. But on the roads that you and I travel, in particular in Fairfield County, 95 in the Merritt, Route 7, Route 8, Route 25, it's the aggressiveness. And it is. And my question is, why the aggressiveness? Why do people drive so aggressively? Speeding is one thing. You see a lot of people who speed, but they're not looking at their phones. They have two hands on the wheel. They're belted in. And if somebody is speeding and they want to change lanes, they use their signal light. I'm going to move in here. Oh, signal light goes on, and they stop. They don't cut two lanes at once. They go left lane to the center, then they hesitate for a second. They check again, and they go to right. That's proper driving. Maybe they're speeding, but the operation of the car, the truck, or the motorcycle, the SUV, whatever is fine. But this is aggressive driving. What causes that? Is it, like I say, is it a form of mental illness? I don't mean to say that flippantly, but some of the stuff I see out there, wow. Couple of responses here on the text line here at 333-9422. This person writes in, I feel that traffic, frustration, and impatience all contribute to people speeding. But this person writes, I think the worst location, I-95 between Fairfield and Milford. I might agree with that. That area is the most reckless, speeding, and nasty drivers. And yes, the majority of the cars that are doing 95 to 100 have the $10,000 wheels on a Honda, Toyota, or other box with tinted windows. I travel from Stamford, this person says, to Rhode Island every weekend, so I know how bad that stretch of 95 can be. Yeah. Listen, I know people can't afford a lot for the car, but they like to put a lot of aftermarket stuff on it. But again, some of these cars you see with the $2,000 rims and the window tinting all around and the aftermarket muffler and exhaust system, which just sound like crap. Yeah, they're loud, but you can hear the compression ratios off and all that. What are you doing? Just buy a nicer car. That's all. Buy it. But I get it. There's always been gearheads. I get it. I understand. This person said, because they never stopped being essential and now more people are in the way again. Yeah, I guess. I guess people are just the roads are packed again after COVID, and people are doing what they couldn't do. Maybe it's still cabin fever. I don't know. I have no idea. Bill in Bridgeport is with us this afternoon. Hello, Bill. How are you, sir?
It's not only on the turnpike. It's everyday traffic. They're all idiots doing 60, 70 miles an hour on the streets.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I get morons almost slam into me. They're doing almost 80.
Yeah.
They try to run you off the road for doing the speed limit.
Yeah.
These people should be taken. Half of these people should be taken off the roads.
Well, I
and
think
they don't stop for stop signs or stoplights.
Yeah.
Runs lights and stop signs.
Well, Bill, this is why I'm in favor of those stoplight cameras, and I'm in favor of the speeding cameras. You got to hit them in the pocketbook. You have to.
Yeah. Yeah. Take away the license and give them a big fine. Even that's even better. Make them a pedestrian for a little while. They'll learn.
Absolutely. Bill, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, this is what people say, I get yelled at on email. I get yelled at on the text line. What do you want these speed cameras for? Blah, 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 blah. Well, because somebody's got to learn a lesson. You know, and if I get pinched, I'll slow down too. You know? What can I tell you? 203. Wow. A lot of people phones are going nuts here. Maybe they're all angry at me. I don't know. 203-333-9422. Slow down. 333-WICC.
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential.
Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This August 10th, lace up, line up, and get ready to run by the sea at the Surfside Hotel Run for Wishes, brought to you by the Voice of Connecticut. Run or walk the stunning shoreline course in Stratford's Lordship neighborhood. Then kick back at Little Pub for food, drinks, prizes, and beachside vibes. The race fee supports Make-A-Wish Connecticut and enters you in a giveaway for a free Surfside hotel stay. Sign up now at runforwishes.com. Don't miss the run, the sun, or the fun.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident coming out of Stamford now. Left lane between exits 9 and 10. You stay a little bit heavy through Darien. Pretty heavy in through Westport, Southport. Southbound's gotten much better, though. The accident by Sherwood Island's gone. Parkway, not too bad. Stamford up to Norwalk, very heavy into 41, 42. Extra company on the Fairfield side. Route 8 starting to build into the bridge, and we'll call it heavy volume eastbound 84, Newtown, or Danbury, rather, into Newtown. Courtesy Carpet Flooring and Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, our phone lines are jammed here on a couple of road-related stories. One, the Bridgeport school system, apparently, according to Hearst, is going to readjust or reestablish the minimum distance you have to be eligible for a high school and charter school and middle school transportation. They're going to adjust it by a certain distance, about a half mile, apparently, for high school students and some other adjustment for younger kids. Basically, this, according to some of the experts that Hearst spoke to, is going to leave some students in Bridgeport with, if they're walking and cannot get a ride with mom or dad or with other parents, they're going to have some of the longest walks in the U.S. to their neighborhood school. So that can't be good. And also talking about, apparently, Hearst also uncovering some numbers here, and it shows that if you look at motor vehicle deaths per 100,000 people in New England, Connecticut's by far on top, 8.5 deaths per 100,000 folks, more than Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, or Massachusetts. Why is that? Are people crazy? Well, yeah, some of them are. Is it too much weed? Are they having a psilocybin smoothie? Sorry. On their way to work or school. We got a boatload of calls to get through here. Bill is on with us. Bill, how are you?
Raceway Park, New Jersey.
Englishtown, New Jersey. Yes.
That's where Mr. Born to Run.
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen.
That's right. Tramps Like
you
Us.
Want to see these guys race? Go up there. 300 miles an hour.
Bill, what's the fastest? What's the fastest you ever drove?
I don't know, 60, 65.
That's it? Come on, Bill. Bill, I got to run. Thank you.
Raceway Park.
Yeah, Englishtown, New Jersey. I remember that, Bill. Come on. You went more than 65, Bill. Bill's trying to act like he's an angel here on the program. All right. John in Shelton here. Got a bunch of people in Shelton. What's up, speed demons in Shelton? John, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Hey, I told my two boys when they were younger learn how to drive. I said the quickest way to bring attention to yourself from the police is paint the windows real dark and get that loud muffler. They're like, but at school. I said, but at school when you get that ticket, don't come to me.
That's right. That's right.
And the other thing, really quick,
Yeah.
we had a caller last week that talked about putting the fans on the highways for the power.
Yeah.
That never worked in Connecticut because the traffic doesn't move fast enough in Fairfield County. It'd be a little...
Yeah, John, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I guess it would work in some spots. Talking about the roadside little wind stations there, you can create a couple of volts, a couple of amps there. That's true. That's funny. Yeah. Eversource and UI and Avangrid, they'd see those voltage meters right in the middle of afternoon drive. All right, we continue. Wayne in Shelton. Hello, Wayne. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, Paul. How you doing? Love your show.
Wayne, thank you, my friend.
Yeah, we got Englishtown, Waterford Speedball. It's called Route 8 through the valley. I mean, we don't even need a race course. Every time I'm on that road, it seems like everybody's going about 80. It's unbelievable.
You know, when you look down at your, Wayne, you look down at your speedometer, say, hey, am I some old lady here? And you look and you're doing 70, 75, right?
I look down. I'm going like 70. I look down, and there's some guy that wants to join me for lunch in my back seat, like 2 feet from my bumper.
He wants to join you for lunch. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing, Paul, I was in Milford on Route 1 with my wife, and she was driving on Sunday.
Yeah.
Went to the beach, had a nice day.
Nice.
I got these mopeds or the racing around. I said, just stay, don't change
Don't
lanes.
move. Yep,
Because
don't
they
move.
ran the lights. They're passing on the right. It's crazy driving.
It is. Wayne, thank you. I gotta, some of these mopeds, these e-bikes, they should be taken away and crushed. See you later. But officer, that's how I go to work. Well, not anymore. Chris in Shelton. Hello, Chris.
How you doing, Paul?
What's up, Chris?
I think everyone's dancing around the main subject of what the problem is.
All right. What is it?
There's not enough police. There's no repercussions for action.
Yeah. And
when's the last time you saw somebody pulled over for speeding on 95?
And we've been told, and Chris, thank you, appreciate the call. And we've been told over and over again that the state police troopers are 200 or 300 troopers now, unless it's changed. We've gone through years and years and years of not being at the constitutionally mandated number of men and women in the state police department, and I read where the first thing they do is they underman and or underwoman the speed enforcement. Okay. Well, yeah. Again, cause and effect, right? Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, how are you? Good afternoon.
Reverend Paul.
Yes.
Two issues. Real quick.
Uh-huh.
I'll go quick. The bus thing.
Yeah.
All these kids have to do is walk a quarter mile the other way where the first bus stop is.
And get on.
Yeah, get on a different stop. Just walk a quarter mile up the other way.
Bob, you just blew it for all of them. They already had that planned out. What are you talking about that for?
Well, you didn't bring it up.
No.
The other thing is
the
speeding. You're saying that there might be a mental issue?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, look at how many people vote Democrat.
I know it.
Connecticut has a lot of sick people.
I knew it, Bob. Bob, you're if nothing else, Bob is dependable. It is what it is. Hi, Tim, hang on. We'll get to you because Lord knows there's speeding in Hamden. Right after this on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Left lane accident still works north on 95 out of Stamford between exits 9 and 10. Then it's about a half hour to go Stamford to Norwalk. 40 minutes, Norwalk to Bridgeport packed in pretty solid once you hit Sherwood Island. Parkway jams pretty solid into 41, 42. That's about 40 minutes as well from Norwalk getting up to Route 8. Not too bad, Route 8 into Derby and Shelton. A light build up into the bridge. 95 busy out of West Haven and Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Connecticut is a state full of natural beauty. Why not enjoy it from a boat? Get your official Connecticut Boater's Certificate with Connecticut Boating Certificates virtual classes. Connecticut Boating Certificates is offering live online classes on Saturdays as a one-day class or 2 evening classes during the week. Online registration takes about 2 minutes. Visit ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com and take advantage of these limited live online classes today. That's ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com.
Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to SONOcollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Is your sofa clinging to you in this summer humidity? Does your mattress have more bumps than a Connecticut back road? At Spectre Furniture in Ansonia, their Stay Cool, Get Comfortable sale is your escape route to relaxation. Stop by on Main Street, Ansonia, and snag ice-cold deals on nap-worthy essentials like recliners, sectionals, and mattresses that won't melt your wallet. Spectre Furniture, where tradition stays cool and comfort gets cozy. SpectreFurniture.com, trusted for 135 years.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The UN Security Council is expected to meet this weekend over Israel's plans to take control of Gaza City. The Palestinian representative to the UN, Riyad Mansour.
This escalation by the Israeli government is going in total contradiction to the will of the international community, international law, and common sense.
Mexico's president responded today to reports that President Trump has directed the Pentagon to use armed forces to target foreign drug cartels.
Colaboramos, pero no va a haber invasión.
She said there will be no invasion of her country. There are questions over an executive order yesterday allowing Americans saving through 401ks to invest in private equity or cryptocurrency assets. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
These employers, they are required by law to allow retirement options that are in the best interest of the employees, not Wall Street.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This just in, authorities are now confirming that they have recovered the remains of the 6-year-old boy that fell into the Housatonic River in Stratford. The boy was walking on the Birdseye Street boat ramp yesterday at 1:40 p.m. when he fell into the river. Authorities say a United Illuminating employee jumped into the river in an attempt to rescue the boy, but the child did not resurface. Officials said the strong currents made the search difficult, and the current was going out when the child fell in, and he was found in the direction that the current was going in. It appears the undeveloped buildings in the Cherry Street Lofts project in Bridgeport could be demolished in the near future. The city is seeking bids to demolish the 4 blighted buildings that are continuing to deteriorate. Developer Gary Flacco has until the middle of September to secure financing for the redevelopment of the buildings. The complex opened in 2018 and currently features 158 units of affordable housing and a charter school. Mosquitoes infected with West Nile virus have been detected in 21 cities and towns so far this year. Most of the locations where the infected mosquitoes have been found are along the shoreline. However, officials at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station say they are now seeing a geographical expansion of West Nile to new towns. The agency is anticipating a further buildup of West Nile activity from now through September, with increased risk of human activity. Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Agricultural Experiment Station says that West Nile can cause a wide spectrum of illness.
Flu-like illness, fever, headache, to more severe disease when it infects the central nervous system, and it can cause things like muscle weakness, tremors, seizures, paralysis, and coma.
There are over 20 job openings in Wallingford Public Schools, with the first day of classes just weeks away. As of this week, there were 12 teaching positions still open, mostly special education positions. The district also has openings for a social worker, a psychologist, and 2 trauma specialists. Other open positions include nursing staff and cafeteria workers. The Fairfield Board of Selectmen have deadlocked on choosing a successor for the late Bill Gerber. According to the town charter, the replacement must be from the same political party and chosen by the remaining board members. If they cannot choose someone within 30 days, the town clerk has 10 days to notify a group of Democratic elected officials, as Gerber was a Democrat, who will then have 60 days to determine who the replacement will be. The 2 selectmen are fellow Democrat and current acting first selectman Christine Vitale and Republican selectman Brenda Kupchik. Governor Ned Lamont signed a new bill into law yesterday that will make it easier for the victims of gun violence to sue the manufacturers and distributors of firearms. Beginning in October, gun makers and retailers must take what the law describes as, quote, reasonable controls to prevent liability. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, the governor praised the increased accountability that this law brings to the gun industry.
It's just one more step as we try and make sure that it's not just Connecticut law enforcement doing all the enforcing, but we hold the manufacturers and the salespeople accountable as well.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the legislation. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora told Channel 8 that the law casts too wide of a net.
To think now that you're going to cast this net into sportsman clubs and those type of recreational activities where they could inadvertently be pulled in because they're posting something on their bulletin board, to me, just makes it too unreasonable. Meriden is disbanding its volunteer fire department at the end of this year. The decision is based on low volunteer numbers and the money needed to sustain the volunteer program. The city plans to keep Station 6 open with career firefighters to ensure response times in South Meriden are not affected. And Governor Ned Lamont says he has reached out to the NBA commissioner to discuss the possible relocation of the WNBA's Connecticut Sun. Lamont says at the end of the day, it's the NBA that makes the call on whether or not the Sun are able to relocate. A Boston-based group has made a $325 million offer to buy the Sun from the Mohegan tribe and move the team to Boston. Lamont says Connecticut, quote, is still in there fighting to keep the team in the state.
I know who our team is. I know that we've got a very competitive bid. I know we have lots of local corporate support who want to make this happen. And we're doing everything we can to keep them here in the state.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Left lane accident still works north on 95 out of Stamford between exits 9 and 10. Then it's about a half hour to go Stamford to Norwalk. 40 minutes, Norwalk to Bridgeport packed in pretty solid once you hit Sherwood Island. Parkway jams pretty solid into 41, 42. That's about 40 minutes as well from Norwalk getting up to Route 8. Not too bad. Route 8 into Derby and Shelton. A light buildup into the bridge. 95 busy out of West Haven and Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we have some breaking news here. If you're about my age, a little older, or even a little younger, or if you saw the movie Apollo 13, 30 years ago now, I think, 25 or 30 years ago, you know the name Jim Lovell. He was the Apollo 13 commander, also flew on Apollo 8, another landmark mission. Jim Lovell has died. He was 97. So I believe now the entire crew of Jim Lovell, Frank Borman, and Bill Anders that was on Apollo 8 that actually got us to the moon the first time. We didn't land there, but it was an orbital mission. They have all passed on. So Jim Lovell, one of my boyhood heroes for those of us who grew up with the all the different astronauts, Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. These guys were bigger than life to a lot of us, and they were, going places with new technology that was supposed to replicate and understand orbital mechanics and all that. Now, SpaceX, it's almost a non-story when something is launched to the ISS, or I guess Elon Musk is going to have another test of that Starship, which is bigger than the Saturn V, in a couple of days. So again, Commander Jim Lovell passing away at 97. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Couple of road-related stories today, both in Hearst, both interesting. I guess the Bridgeport school system is resetting the boundaries as to what the minimum distance will be that you need to live away from or close enough to a school to be bused, to be at the high school students or elementary or charter school students. And a lot of folks that Hearst spoke to say, hey, they're still concerned about what's called aggressive and dangerous driving on Connecticut roads, folks going up to 100 miles an hour. See, to me, if you're going 100, you automatically, you get the ticket, you lose your car, and they put you in a rubber room for a few months. Well, that's not right, Paul. Well, okay, then don't drive 100, can I tell you? Unless it's an emergency. You're going to a hospital, somebody's bleeding out in your car, whatever. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, how are you? What's up?
Good, thank you. Well, I never rode the bus, and in high school, I had to walk a mile and a half. And in the dead of winter, with snow, in the dead of heat, because we were definitely, Oklahoma, we were still going to school, so September, in May and everything, it can get a little hot. So, I'd be very curious whether any, parents groups, have anything to say about, it is the Garden City. It's just a safe, wonderful, everything's perfectly fine in Bridgeport.
So how long did it take you to do that mile and a half? About a half an hour, maybe a little more?
Oh, yeah. And that was cutting through, and all that sort of stuff. Well, I had to, a lot of jaywalking. I'm not going to, stuff to, get there. You go pretty much a straight line as you can, can get it. Got to bring your books. That's right. Got to bring your books and everything else you're going to do. So the second thing about driving and everything, the other day we had to go from Hamden to Norwalk.
Okay.
And it was just after this big announcement. Yeah. Now everybody's going to be pulling over now that the passing lane is just the passing lane.
Yeah.
So if you're on the Merritt Parkway, are you kidding me?
I know.
No one is. It's like, they'd never heard that their lives.
I mean, Tim, what are the odds of that getting enforced? I mean, come on.
Well, that's a good question because that was a pretty long. I never saw a cop on the road forward and back. I never saw.
I know.
I certainly didn't see any signs saying the passing lane is for passing only or anything along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So congratulations, folks, this weekend. Enjoy all the street takeovers. It's going to be a nice, wonderful weekend.
That's right. Yeah.
And everybody paid attention.
Yeah.
Every about 3 days, some mayor and somebody's going to. We took these bikes and we're never letting them have it again and stuff. So how long is that going to last?
Yeah.
This weekend, nice weather, no chance of rain or anything like that. Welcome to the street.
That's
boys.
why, Tim, I do have to run. Thank you. That's why I use my philosophy, Tim, and Chris, our producer, knows it well. What's my philosophy, Chris? I avoid people. Yes.
At Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield, you have more choices. Opt for a courtesy loaner vehicle or have us pick up, transport, and redeliver your car. And now, Mobile Service Plus. You can now request service from your home or office. Think of us as the DoorDash of service for your vehicle maintenance needs. Brakes, tires, oil changes, even diagnostic and software updates, all without leaving your home or work. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where superior hospitality comes standard.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident cleared out of Stamford between exits 9 and 10. Still a little bit heavy through Darien. 40 minutes to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Still pretty solid by Sherwood Island. Parkway building off of High Ridge, Long Ridge out of Stamford. Delays from Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Hit or miss company on the Fairfield side. Route 8's building into the bridge up into Shelton and Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday, sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, why does Connecticut have all these crazies on the roads here? It's not so much the speed, it's the dangerous driving, the aggressiveness. All these state police, or lack of state police, as Tim just pointed out. That's what we have going for us today. And again, other story involving driving and wheels and all that. Looks like the city of Bridgeport School District going to adjust by a half a mile or so the boundaries as to whether kids can ride a bus or have to walk to school. And the experts are saying some of the walks now for the Bridgeport school system could be among the longest in the U.S. How about that? And again, it's all for money. There's never enough cash. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Krista Williams will be reading the his favorite part of the day, reading the Facebook responses, coming up after the news at 4. Another big story, though, we're watching on a world and national basis. Is President Trump going to sit down, maybe face-to-face in some way, shape, or form, with the Russian President Vladimir Putin to try and end this bloody war that goes on and on and on between Russia and Ukraine? Anything at the White House with that? We're checking in right now. CBS News correspondent in D.C., Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, good afternoon. Thanks for taking the time. We appreciate it. And is this meeting actually going to happen or not? Do we know?
Well, that's a good question, Paul. Right now, there's nothing firmly, nothing firmly on the calendar, no firm location where we know this is going to happen. But we do know there is an effort by this White House to try to get a meeting on the table. This is happening extremely quickly. And not only is there a security component to this as well, but the White House wants to make sure if they're going to meet with Vladimir Putin, there better be some deliverables coming out of it. They do not want the president meeting with President Putin and then there not being an end to the war or a ceasefire at the very least coming out of that meeting. So we're hearing multiple things. They are looking at a variety of countries, including the United Arab Emirates and potentially Italy, Rome, the Vatican as potential sites. The reason why those two sites are notable, though, Paul, I should note, is because the president has already been there. So from a security standpoint, they know what they're dealing with. But Secretary Rubio, on the other point of trying to get a deliverable, has said they are still far from the finish line. They are still far from the goalpost on what an end to the war would look like for the Russians, what they would agree to, and what the Ukrainians would agree to. So there's a lot of diplomatic work that needs to be done in the next week or so if any sort of deal is going to be made or meeting. But we're told likely, potentially, they are trying to get this done within the next week or so.
Wow. Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News in D.C. Olivia, thank you. Have a happy weekend. We appreciate it. Thanks.
You too. Take care.
Appreciate it. There you go. Our one of our people in D.C. via CBS News, Olivia Rinaldi. How about that if they were to meet at the Vatican? Yikes. Here's the thing, and we've talked about this. How many experts I've had on the show talking about this? Look, as much as people hate Vladimir Putin, and the guy's a cutthroat guy. I mean, we all know that. We've seen what he's done. You hate to say this, but the guy is for all intents and purposes, if you look at it from the position of executing a war, which is a horrible thing. Wars are horrible. I'm not saying it's horrible to look at him that way. The guy's in the driver's seat. Yeah, I know the Russian forces are being strained, this, that, and the other. And God bless Ukraine for putting up the fight that they are. But again, the question is, how does this end? And I know, and I'm already reading stuff, well, Ukraine can't give up land if they're going to do a deal. And, you can't have Trump saying you have to give up some land. Well, again, okay. But I like to ask the simple questions here. How does it end? What are the odds? And again, I'm not cheering for either side or the other, but I'm just sitting here wondering, as a kind of an observer of this stuff, how does it end? Do you think, does anybody think that Putin is simply going to say, all right, we're sorry, never mind, he's going to pull all his forces out and yet nothing? And on the same token, is Volodymyr Zelensky and his people from Ukraine, are they going to say, well, yeah, okay, just take this land that you've commandeered now and we'll call it even? I don't know. It's just, it's a difficult thing to figure out. And look, we all knew, as gallant as the Ukrainian people have been, and like I said, my son and his mom, through some international relationships and competitions, they know people over there. They're in contact with people over there. But you just knew, simply because you're going against Russia, as gallant as the opposition was, and Lord knows, Ukraine has bloodied Russia, maybe beyond what anybody thought. But did anybody really give them a chance to win? And that's another thing. What is winning here? Right? So we'll see what happens. But again, everybody and is already, armchair. Well, Trump can't do this, and he can't let Putin do this and this. Well, all right, then how do you figure it out? Go figure it out. Take your Google University International Relations degree, or take everything you learned from the Facebook University College of International Relations and put it together and see what you can come up with as well. And I'm not trying to be flip here. But again, just thinking about this, and you're probably going to get inundated with stuff here over the weekend. Probably this is going to be a subject of the Sunday shows. It would not surprise me because of their status in D.C. if over the weekend you saw either Senator Blumenthal or Senator Murphy or perhaps Jim Himes, Congressman Himes, with his position on the House Intelligence Committee. It wouldn't surprise me if you see Mr. Himes and Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy popping up on the weekend shows. And it could be interesting to see what they say here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, so look, Putin he's not going to say yes to anything where he doesn't, if anything more than to save face, doesn't walk away with something. And then if you're Volodymyr Zelensky and his people, do you agree to anything that looks like you just put up the white flag and raised your palms to the air and said, well, that's it, enough. We can't do it. Now, maybe he has a little more leeway than Putin does because he could say, hey, listen, this was us against Russia, and we gave it everything we could. And we got, what did I see the U.S. contribution to Ukraine was the other day? $187 billion. Oh, and by the way, then what happens? So in other words, how do you guarantee, what do you do from an international relations point of view to make sure, and you can't really make sure, but to deter Russia from doing this again? Do you, as some people say, put up a U.S.-backed or U.S.-led larger NATO force? Do you make it almost like what you have between North and South Korea? Do you do that? Do you put that stuff right on Putin's doorstep? And who knows? Look, the guy's not going to rule forever. What if the next person comes in, the next guy? Likely, I don't see Russia having a woman leader, but you never know. Who comes in after him, and how do you know that this is not going to all happen again in 5, 10, 15, or 20 years? So crazy stuff there. Thanks once again to our person, or one of our people in D.C., Olivia Rinaldi. Questions at hand here. In fact, our question of the day is, will we go back to that at facebook.com/voice of CT, facebook.com/voice of CT. Why does Connecticut have one of the highest motor vehicle death rates in the Northeast? And that's not me saying that. That's highlighted in a new story today in Hearst. What's behind Connecticut's aggressive and dangerous drivers? And I'm glad they put that headline there, because it's not just the speed. It's not just the speed. It's the aggressiveness. It's the guy, like I said earlier, two guys who were going to pass me diagonally from the right and the left. And I said, no. I moved up, and some guy gave me the finger, and I said, no, you're going to go around me. Why would somebody do that? I was taught you never pass on the right. You just don't do it, because you have a blind side, and the driver's right side, your left side, is his blind side. And again, motor vehicle deaths per 100,000 people in New England, Connecticut, far and away number one at 8.5 per 100,000. Gee, I wonder if it's cannabis. I wonder how many of those THC gummies are in effect, because what did all the experts say? Well, the first couple of years, all these states that, legalized THC products and weed, yeah, there's about a 5 or 6% jump in THC involved accidents, because, hey, who cares about human life, and you can use all that tax revenue.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident cleared out of Stamford between exits 9 and 10. Still a little bit heavy through Darien. 40 minutes to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Still pretty solid by Sherwood Island. Parkway building off of High Ridge, Long Ridge out of Stamford. Delays from Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Hit or miss company on the Fairfield side. Route 8's building into the bridge up into Shelton and Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
By the way, coming up in just a little bit over an hour, right after the news at 5 and right before our weekly check-in with our buddy, our pal, our friend Chris Caruso on all things Bridgeport, politics and other, the absentee ballot mess, the continued push to get more ethics into and through Bridgeport government and politics. Right before we go to Chris in about an hour, you're not going to want to miss this. Earlier today, you may have heard it, but in case you didn't, our award-winning morning show host, Melissa Sheketov, on the award-winning Melissa in the morning program, she spoke with a high-ranking member of the Bridgeport delegation, State House, State Senate members in Hartford. And Melissa rather pointedly, and I'm sure I thought fairly, asked this person, hey, why don't you people, particularly in the Bridgeport delegation of the House and Senate, do more, come out stronger, come out and vociferously push, stronger laws, stronger penalties, stronger enforcement of absentee ballot regulations so we can stop this absentee ballot nonsense that has gone on and on and on and on for years. And let's just say the discussion between Melissa and this person got a little, it was entertaining. So I'll give you about a 4 or 5 minute chunk of that before we go into Chris coming up in about an hour. And again, like clockwork, this person, with all due respect, who's been on this show said, well, we're worried about disenfranchisement. Oh, please, stop. Stop with the worry that nobody can vote. We have more ways to vote than ever in this state.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Trump administration is seeking another huge settlement from a university, $1 billion, as Michael Toscano reports.
The settlement offer is focused on federal claims of anti-Semitism on the campus of UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles. In return, the Trump administration would release $584 million in frozen federal grant funding. The proposal reportedly asks the university to pay $172 million into a fund for Jewish students and others allegedly affected by violations of the Civil Rights Act.
There is condemnation of Israel's decision to widen the war in Gaza. CBS's Deborah Patta in Jerusalem.
In Gaza, there was stunned disbelief and despair. Netanyahu's war expansion begins with seizing Gaza City, where hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been ordered to evacuate.
The timing of the operation remains unclear. Mediators Egypt and Qatar, meanwhile, are working on a new framework for a ceasefire agreement agreement. President Trump is hosting the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan at the White House. It's meant to end decades of conflict in the South Caucasus region. CBS's Olivia Gazis.
Both the Russians and the United States and Europeans have tried to hold that conflict at an uneasy stasis. And what is being signed at the White House today is not a formal peace treaty, but a roadmap to a peace accord.
The Justice Department has subpoenaed New York Attorney General Letitia James over her investigation into President Trump's personal business dealings. CBS's Jake Rosen.
We already knew that Letitia James was under investigation for alleged mortgage fraud. We reported that back in May when the Department of Justice and Trump administration launched this investigation into that aspect of James's personal dealings. Now the Department of Justice has made it about her going after President Trump and his allies.
Chris Fox has the latest on the Texas redistricting drama.
The roll has been called and a quorum has not been established.
Texas State House Speaker Dustin Burrows. It's day 5 of the Texas Democrats' quorum break to block a vote on the congressional map that's designed to flip as many as 5 seats to the Republicans.
Attorney General Ken Paxton and I took action to domesticate the civil arrest warrants in the state of Illinois, seeking to make them enforceable beyond Texas state lines.
The FBI is also assisting in the effort to return the Democrats, and now those breaking quorum can only receive their paychecks at the state capitol.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will now serve as acting IRS commissioner. Current Commissioner Billy Long is out due to an expected ambassadorship. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 206 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Authorities have now confirmed that they have recovered the remains of the 6-year-old boy that fell into the Housatonic River in Stratford. The boy was walking on the Birdseye Street boat ramp yesterday at 1:40 p.m. when he fell into the river. Authorities say a United Illuminating employee jumped into the river in an attempt to rescue the boy, but the child did not resurface. Officials said that the strong currents made the search difficult, and the current was going out when the child fell in, and he was found in the direction that the current was going in. The area remains blocked off, with Stratford police, fire, and paramedics remaining on scene. The Fairfield Board of Selectmen have deadlocked on choosing a successor for the late Bill Gerber. According to the town charter, the replacement must be from the same political party and chosen by the remaining board members. If they cannot choose someone within 30 days, the town clerk has 10 days to notify a group of Democratic elected officials, as Gerber was a Democrat, who will then have 60 days to determine who the replacement will be. The two selectmen are fellow Democrat and current acting first selectman Christine Vitale and Republican selectman Brenda Kupchik. Mosquitoes infected with West Nile virus have been detected in 21 cities and towns so far this year. Most of the locations where the infected mosquitoes have been found are along the shoreline. However, officials at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station say they are now seeing a geographical expansion of West Nile to new towns. The agency is anticipating a further buildup of West Nile activity from now through September, with an increased risk of human activity. Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Agricultural Experiment Station says that West Nile can cause a wide spectrum of illness.
Flu-like illness, fever, headache, to more severe disease when it infects the central nervous system, and it can cause things like muscle weakness, tremors, seizures, paralysis, and coma.
And Governor Ned Lamont says he has reached out to the NBA commissioner to discuss the possible relocation of the WNBA's Connecticut Sun. Lamont says at the end of the day, it's the NBA that makes the call on whether or not the Sun are able to relocate. A Boston-based group has made a $325 million offer to buy the Sun from the Mohegan tribe and move the team to Boston. Lamont says Connecticut is, quote, still in there fighting to keep the team in the state.
I know who our team is. I know that we've got a very competitive bid. I know we have lots of local corporate support who want to make this happen. And we're doing everything we can to keep them here in the state.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident cleared out of Stamford between exits 9 and 10. Still a little bit heavy through Darien. 40 minutes to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Still pretty solid by Sherwood Island. Parkway building off of High Ridge, Long Ridge out of Stamford. Delays from Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Hit or miss company on the Fairfield side. Route 8's building into the bridge up into Shelton and Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Talking things on wheels today. Cars, SUVs, motorcycles, school buses. One of the big stories, I guess, the minimum distances, the line of demarcation to where you have certain Bridgeport students for the upcoming school year in a few weeks to where they can and cannot be bused to school. That's going to change by about a half a mile. In an extreme case for high schoolers, it's going to have to save the city of Bridgeport over $1 million. We've been talking about that. In fact, one think tank says with a 2.5 mile minimum distance, some Bridgeport high school students, some young men and women, will have some of the longest walks to school of any public school students in the state. So we've been talking about that. That's regrettable to me. Why are you taking it out on the kids? It's $1.5 million. Find the other money somewhere. Find it. Geez, I don't know. Maybe if we didn't. No, I better not say it. I better not say it, because then management's going to get a call. And our other top story in Hearst, hey, Connecticut not doing too well when it comes to what are termed by the experts aggressive and dangerous drivers, not just speeders. I mean, let's face it, we all speed, right? Yeah, try to do the speed limit on 15 or on 84, Route 8 or Route 25. You'll literally get run down. You will. Some guy will come up and back, hey, buddy, right here, Oh, I probably shouldn't have made that gesture on the video camera. Just kidding. The one finger salute I just did on the video camera on YouTube and on Twitch, well, that was for my own illustrative properties to myself. But having said that, I had decided to ask this question today of our learned audience here. Why does Connecticut have one of the highest motor vehicle death rates in the Northeast? And that's in that Hearst story, believe it or not. They took a look here at motor vehicle deaths per 100,000 people in the New England states and noted that in 2023, Connecticut had relatively more fatal crashes than states surrounding it, although less than the national average. But we have more than Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts. So what are your thoughts on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. His job, of course, every day at this time is to sift through the myriad of answers, keeping out, of course, the obscenities and the bad words. And Chris has been reading these answers, and he's come up with the following. Yes, sir.
95 is a death trap from Mark. ranked as one of the top 10 deadliest stretches from Bridgeport to Greenwich. Last night, John said motorcycles were racing at over 100 miles per hour on 95 in the Milford area for hours. Where are the police when that happens? A group of 30 of them were driving up and down Rose's Mill Road and Pepe's Farm Road and racing on the highway. People obviously need to speed, cut in and out of traffic while not using a blinker to get to their most important destination 1.5 minutes earlier than Maps ETA is also while texting updates. That's from Eric.
Yeah.
Because there's no judges who can give these maniacs more escapes, from Chiron. And Renee said all the traffic on 95 from travelers going north or south or vice versa, in addition to poor driving skills and no one adhering to laws, using blinkers, cutting in and out of lanes, and using emergency lanes like they own the road, or excessive speeding.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Yeah, by the way, you folks using your blinker, can I just say something to you? Putting the blinker on, or the turn signal, but I guess if you're from Massachusetts, it's a blinker. Come on, use your blinker, Paulie. No, seriously, turning your turn signal on in the middle of the turn doesn't count. I'm sorry. That does not count. I swear to God, I see that all the time. Okay, you're turning, buddy, and he's turning. Oh, and there's the blinker. No, I really, honestly, we joke about this all the time, having some fun here on a Friday. What is it with people who won't use their turn signals? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I can remember my two driving instructors. Again, I talk about them all the time. Notre Dame High in West Haven, Dick Antonetti and Dan O'Connell. And I remember them both saying, gentlemen, because we were all gentlemen at the time. It's co-ed now, thankfully. Gentlemen, it's recommended you turn your turn signal on at least a couple of 100 feet before the intersection. Yeah, I've been doing that. I've been driving now for, I don't know, 48 years, something like that. I don't even think, and I do it. So I please explain to me, if you're a person that doesn't use your turn signal, tell me why. Come on, seriously. Did you have did the turn signal stalk hurt you? Did a giant turn signal stalk come to you in your dreams and make you cry? I don't get it. What is so hard? Just tell me where you're going. Just tell me. That's all. You've got one or two shots. You can go right or you can go left. You can go port or starboard. You don't have to tell me if you're going fore or aft.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 and the Parkway, some patchy volume out of Stamford getting up in through Norwalk, and then both roadways pretty heavy. Norwalk to Bridgeport will cost you about 45 minutes, about the same either roadway. 8 and 25 connector building into 95 northbound Route 8, some company getting up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Patchy volume on 95 Milford, Orange, West Haven Parkway slowing into the tunnel. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. If you need help with problem gambling, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so please, for the love of sweet Jesus, use your turn signal. What is the problem? Did a turn signal hurt you one day? Do you need therapy? And it doesn't count if the turn signal goes on as you're completing the turn. Look, I put it on. No, that doesn't count, Maud. No. Janice in Trumbull joins us today. Hello, Janice. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Janice, I'm living the dream every day. How are you?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
me
right?
too. I'm just recently retired, so I'm living the dream.
Nice. What do you got?
I don't know. I just feel like if they increase the distance that kids have to walk to school, it's going to increase the traffic with these parents who feel like they need to bring their kids to school.
Yeah, they're saying that if you read some of the stories on this, Janice, they say, look, there's going to be a percentage of parents, right, who are going to say, well, you got to walk a little further, so get up earlier. But there are going to be a percentage are going to say, well, no, I don't want my kid walking in the bad weather. So you're right. There's going to be a percentage that will say, okay, well, I'll take you, and that's going to put more cars on the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm not, I hate saying this.
Yeah.
Honestly, I hate saying this, but when I was a kid, we walked to a bus stop. They didn't stop at every driveway.
Yeah.
And in the winter, I put on boots.
Did you walk in a blizzard, Janice?
Well, no.
I know.
Okay,
I know.
school was canceled in the blizzard.
No, I know.
But my mom did put bread bags on my feet.
Yeah. Hey, I did that too. Yeah.
To keep my feet dry.
Let me tell you, Janice, that is the easiest way to keep your feet warm is a couple of Wonder Bread bags, right? And you're golden, right?
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad idea, and I think they should institute. make the kids walk to a bus stop. Seriously.
Yeah,
picking the kids up at each driveway is like, really?
Well, I think, and Janice, thank you for the call. Janice and Trumbull, they're good to hear from you. So, again, I don't think it's a question of not wanting to pick the kids up or too many stops or not enough stops. I just think, in fact, it's not me thinking, it says it here in the story, they don't have enough money. And I guess the bus companies charge their fees, right? Or they sign a contract. They must look at the mileage and how many stops and how many students and how many buses and how many bus drivers. The school system is aiming to save $4.6 million by increasing. So the savings, I think I said the total cost was. So the savings, says here in Hearst, would be $4.6 million by increasing the distance some students have to walk by a half mile. And again, that's not an incredible amount of distance, but that would be increasing what they're already walking. And again, just to give you an idea, if you ever see a high school or a college running track, maybe you go to a track to get your steps in, or you go to see your niece or your nephew or your son or daughter, grandson, granddaughter. Well, that track is a quarter of a mile all the way around. It's 400 meters. If you do the metric mile, that's the metric quarter mile. It's 400 meters. I know I used to be a track manager for high school. I actually watch track and field on TV. Me, who can hardly walk, I watch track and field. I know it's wishful thinking. So the minimum here, that would be the equivalent of 2 more laps on that track. But it's a half a mile. The change will effectively eliminate, because they're moving the boundary back a half a mile, the change will effectively eliminate free daily busing for nearly 2,400 K-12 students across the city, including hundreds of charter school students who rely on district buses to get to classes each day, because even though they're in charter schools, state law says they're still eligible for busing. So there you go. And this is interesting. I guess they went to a couple of college professors on this, or they looked at some numbers. And just for an example here, some urban districts have distances of up to 2 and 3 miles. Those are rare. Now, for example, the minimum distance in New Haven and New York City are 1.5 miles. So how about that? And again, and maybe now that this, we've talked about it, and my friends up at the Capitol have sent a letter to the governor's office and the education commissioner. We'll talk about that momentarily. I just saw a copy of that. Maybe now they pull back on this. I don't know. But here's my point. It's sad that in a state that is going to spend in the next budget biennium, 2 years, something like $57 billion, that you have to make cuts of this kind of stuff. And again, I know everybody wants their slice. But what do I say? There's never enough money. There's always, always, always a need for more. And it's sad. It is. I'm not saying it's not worth it. But I don't know. And like one of our previous callers said, so if you do this, there's more kids not on a bus, which means there's more kids walking, maybe in bad weather, or mom or dad or grandpa or grandma, using motor vehicles, creating more traffic. The city probably has to put out more cops to say, hey, I'm sure Chief Porter's going to say, hey, guys and gals, we got to have more kids walking in the morning. Man, oh, man. Cal in Bridgeport. Hello, Cal. ¿Cómo está? What's up?
Hey, Paul. Great topics as always.
Thank you, Cal. What's on your mind?
Paul, regarding this, the busing.
Yeah.
In Bridgeport, and in many other towns as well, there's already a big problem with absenteeism.
Yeah.
Isn't this going to increase it?
That is the main fear, Cal. If you read this story, they said you already have a district, Cal, that's got chronic absenteeism that's too high. And there's a fear, exactly what you said. The experts in this story said they can almost guarantee it's going to create more absenteeism.
Well, that's another, big story for Bridgeport, of course.
Yeah.
Paul, have a great weekend. Thank you.
Cal, start the ball to be good. Cal there in Bridgeport. Yeah, I mean, folks, I urge you to read this story. It's a well-written story by Hearst. They do good work on this stuff. They went to a few experts in the area and nationally and said, what are the chances here of, bad influences or bad effects? And they spelled it all out. Now, some members of the Republican State Senate have noticed what might be going on here, and they want answers. And we'll give you a reading of a letter that they're sending out momentarily. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little bit heavy out of Stamford, about 20 minutes to half hour to get up to Norwalk. 40 minutes still holding from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Pretty solid. Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Parkway, we'll call Apache volume out of New Canaan. A solid ride. Road 7 up to 42. Second half of the no exits on busy getting up into Fairfield, Trumbull. Route 8's not too bad. A little bit accompanied by the bridge. Eastbound 84 heavy through Newtown, and 95 delays. Milford, West Haven up into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Texas House met again today on redistricting.
There being 95 members present, a quorum is not present.
House Speaker Dustin Barrow says the missing Democrats will have to show up in person to get their paychecks. There is international condemnation of Israel's plans to take control of Gaza City. UN spokeswoman Stephanie Tremblay.
The Secretary General reiterates his urgent appeal for a permanent ceasefire.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said today more than 1 million undocumented migrants have left the U.S. on their own since President Trump took office.
We have had for 3 months in a row 0 illegal aliens entering the United States, which is the first time in this nation's history that we've seen that kind of security at our nation's border.
And she said hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants have been arrested. On Wall Street today, stocks are higher. The Dow up 242. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Authorities have now confirmed that they have recovered the remains of the 6-year-old boy that fell into the Housatonic River in Stratford. The boy was walking on the Birdseye Street boat ramp yesterday at 1:40 p.m. when he fell into the river. Authorities say a United Illuminating employee jumped into the river in an attempt to rescue the boy, but the child did not resurface. Officials said that the strong currents made the search difficult, and the current was going out when the child fell in, and he was found in the direction that the current was going in. The area remains blocked off, with Stratford police, fire, and paramedics remaining on scene. A former Sacred Heart University student appears headed to prison after pleading guilty to causing a crash that seriously injured 6 people. Tyler Delk was reportedly under the influence when he crashed his roommate's car into an Uber carrying the driver and 4 female students at the college. All 5 in the vehicle and Delk were hospitalized with very serious injuries, and all have survived. Delk has agreed to plead guilty to charges that will send him to prison for over 4 years under an agreement with prosecutors. The Department of Motor Vehicles office in Stamford has been relocated to the Government Center. The office was displaced from its former home at the Lathan Wider Community Center by a January flood that filled the basement with over 3 feet of water. It's unclear when the damaged facility will be ready to reopen. However, Stamford officials say the move to Government Center appears to be permanent. The office is by appointment only and provides a variety of DMV services that include license and registration renewals. There are over 20 job openings in Wallingford Public Schools, with the first day of classes just weeks away. As of this week, there were 12 teaching positions still open, mostly special education positions. The district also has openings for a social worker, a psychologist, and 2 trauma specialists. Other open positions include nursing staff and cafeteria workers. Meriden is disbanding its volunteer fire department at the end of this year. The decision is based on low volunteer numbers and the money needed to sustain the volunteer program. The city plans to keep Station 6 open with career firefighters to ensure response times in South Meriden are not affected. It appears the undeveloped buildings in the Cherry Street Lofts project in Bridgeport could be demolished in the near future. The city is seeking bids to demolish the 4 blighted buildings that are continuing to deteriorate. Developer Gary Flacco has until the middle of September to secure financing for the redevelopment of the buildings. The complex opened in 2018 and currently features 158 units of affordable housing and a charter school. Governor Ned Lamont signed a new bill into law yesterday that will make it easier for the victims of gun violence to sue the manufacturers and distributors of firearms. Beginning in October, gun makers and retailers must take what the law describes as, quote, reasonable controls to prevent liability. At a news conference attended by WTNH TV News 8, the governor praised the increased accountability that this law brings to the gun industry.
This law is just one more step as we try and make sure that it's not just Connecticut law enforcement doing all the enforcing, but we hold the manufacturers and the salespeople accountable as well.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the legislation. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora told Channel 8 that the law casts too wide of a net.
To think now that you're going to cast this net into sportsman clubs and those type of recreation activities where they could inadvertently be pulled in because they're posting something on their bulletin board, to me just makes it too unreasonable.
And the Fairfield national baseball team is a win away from the Little League World Series, and team manager Brian Palazzolo says that spirits are high.
The team was so happy. We want to be Team CT. We love the Fairfield national community, and Connecticut is embracing us as theirs. So it's been really wild. It's fun. It really is.
The youngsters from Fairfield will play against the Long Island, New York team of St. James Smithtown tonight. The winner will be the Metro Region champion and will earn a trip to Williamsport, Pennsylvania for the World Series. The New York team defeated Fairfield National by a 6-1 score on Monday. Tonight's game is at 7 p.m. on ESPN. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little bit heavy out of Stamford, about 20 minutes to half hour to get up to Norwalk. 40 minutes still holding from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Pretty solid. Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Parkway, we'll call Apache. Volume out of New Canaan. A solid ride. Road 7 up to 42. Second half of the no exits on busy getting up into Fairfield, Trumbull. Route 8's not too bad. A little bit accompanied by the bridge. Eastbound 84 heavy through Newtown, and 95 delays. Milford, West Haven up into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Well, it looks like if you're in to and through Bridgeport in the coming school year, which begins, in about a month maybe? Not even 3 weeks? I get so confused. Thank God I never went back to school before Labor Day, right? Remember when us old guys and gals were at school? Seriously, Labor Day Monday was off. You were off on Tuesday. You did a half a day Wednesday. You found out where your rooms were. And then for me anyway, now again, I went to Catholic school, private school all my years, but Thursday after Labor Day was our first day of class, but I know it's earlier. But in to and through Bridgeport, you may see more kids walking, because interesting story here in the Connecticut Post about how there's an attempted savings here by lengthening or cutting down the number of kids that'll get bused, lengthening the boundary as to where the boundary line is. On one side, you can get bused. On the other side, you can't. A lot of people reacting to that. 333-9422. Also, a lot of folks reacting to it on our text side as well. Text, same as voice, 333-9422. One person writes in, "Hey, Paul, this is going to increase truancy on the lazy parents and the already delinquent kids who just don't want to go to school. This is just an easy excuse for them to stay home and become even stupider than they already are." All right. Might not have put it that way, but, there is a worry here. In fact, some of the folks who you hear regularly on this program and others on the station have sent a letter, or as they like to say, they've fired off a letter to state officials. State Senators Eric Berthel, who's on this program normally a lot of times, and Senate Republican leader Steve Harding. They fired off a letter to Charlene Russell Tucker, the state education commissioner. And the letter reads as follows: "Dear Commissioner Russell Tucker, we write to express concerns about the Bridgeport school system increasing the distance some students must walk to school by about a half mile. Education experts warn this could lead to an increase in tardiness and absenteeism. They continue, we are less than a month away from the start of school. District officials have not yet identified the individual students who will no longer have access to bus service when the distances grow by a half a mile. The change will affect about 1,700 elementary school students and 600 high schoolers. The letter continues, some Bridgeport students may have the longest walk to school in the U.S. after these bus route cuts. They continue, quote, with this in mind, we respectfully ask your department to seek answers. For example, which specific students will this impact? How can the Bridgeport school system know the number of students impacted but not know the specific kids? When will their families be notified? Thank you for looking into this matter. Sincerely, State Senators Eric Berthel and Stephen G. Harding. So there you go. We will, of course, keep you updated on that. But now think about that. The numbers here, 1,700 elementary school students and 600 high schools. So high schoolers, I should say, pardon me. So you do the rough math there, 2,300 more students at the most could be walking. Now, some will carpool, I'm sure. Some will have mom and dad or grandpa and grandma or the neighbor's kids all go together, right? If some of them are of driving age, I guess they will drive. That's another thing. And I don't know exactly how this works in Bridgeport, forgive me, but what if a bunch of these students want to drive? Can they be allowed to do that and still park? I don't know what the parking situation is at the schools. I have no idea. But again, we'll keep an eye on these questions as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, I kind of said to myself, this is kind of late, isn't it? But again, I'm far from an expert on this stuff. We continue. We'll do a little business here, traffic and weather together, and go back to the text comments. And, of course, we'll check Wall Street as well right here. It's a Friday, Connecticut Today on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
This is your Optimum Beach Report.
Looking at very high UV levels with a max UV index of 9. Tomorrow's air will be fair with a 43 AQI. And looking at a good, not great beach and pool day, the upside, a very low chance of rain.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed higher across the board today. It was a winning week for Wall Street with major averages up sharply. The Nasdaq new record was driven higher by Apple, which rallied 13% this week. The Dow up more than 200 points at the close, well above 44,000 on the day. The S&P up 0.75%. The Nasdaq up almost a full percent when the day was done. It was a good week for tech, as many American companies may be exempted from any semiconductor tariffs that could be imposed on foreign chip makers. 10-year note yields finished just below 4.3%. The dollar finished lower. Oil dipped a bit by about 13 cents to $63.75 a barrel. Gold hit an intraday all-time high amid talk that the Trump administration was going to impose serious tariffs on gold bullion coming from Switzerland. That may no longer be the case. Bars may be exempted. Gold futures finished up a little more than $4 at $34.58 the ounce. Next week, key inflation numbers coming out. More earnings, of course, but we'll be watching the inflation data most closely to determine whether or not a September rate cut is in the cards at the Fed.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident now on the 8 and 25 connector southbound as you approach 95. A couple miles of stop and go. Just one lane gets by onto 95. North on 95, patchy volume. Stamford to Norwalk, 45 minutes. Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavy. Sherwood Island up to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway again, 45 minutes from Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavy through Westport, building into Fairfield. Route 8 with delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So the Bridgeport school system says, hey, and the Board of Ed, and the chair of the Board of Ed said, hey, we don't want to do this. We're not into making kids walk farther to school than they have to, but they've got to find some money savings. And that's why the boundaries, the cutoff lines for various schools are going to be adjusted here. And the basics of this story, and her says a lot of kids, especially high school age, about 1,700 more high school age, or 1,700 high school age, 1,700 elementary students. 1,700 elementary students and 600 high schoolers are going to have to walk about a half mile more to school, thereabouts. And Mr. Sokolovich, the chair of the Board of Ed, said, well, we have to save money. And look, I don't besmirch them, especially now with the state kind of looking over the shoulder of the money that goes into the Bridgeport Board of Ed, thankfully, and how it's being spent. So 1,700 elementary students, up to 600 high schoolers are going to be affected by the change here. Interesting stuff. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I got an email. Rich writes in, hi, Paul. I grew up in Bridgeport, and I had to walk basically from St. Vincent's Hospital to Central High School. There was no choice back then. They said you live too close, and you have to walk. Yeah, the couple of years that I had a bus ride back from my elementary school, I never took it in the morning. I took it in the, or sometimes I took it in the morning, but rarely. I was right on the line. And I think that line was 1.5 miles or 2 miles. I forgot where it was. Grew up in Westville. And for the second half of my elementary school years, went to St. Aidan's, which is now St. Aidan's St. Brendan. Last time I checked, I don't know if they combined with anybody else. Sandy in Bridgeport joins us. Sandy, how are you?
Hi.
What's up?
Oh, good. How are you, Paul? I just wanted to, comment on the bus situation, listening to, all. I did read the article because I quickly had to read, but I'm from back in the day, so I'm older than a lot of these kids, and I find it almost not hilarious, but the fact that they have to walk. I had to walk I lived in Bridgeport.
Okay.
I walked from Marina Village, Johnson Street, to Bassick High School.
Yeah.
That's 1.5 miles.
Okay.
And we did that every day through rain. We didn't have busing then. So when I'm hearing this, I'm thinking, what's the problem? Walking is good for you. Some of these kids probably need to walk.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. And I thought about that, Sandy. I'm like, with all the childhood obesity and everything. Yeah, but I guess and you read the story like I did. There are people that are worried that this is going to increase truancy and absenteeism.
And I understand that, and I do understand also the safety. It's a different time now than it was when I was in school.
Yeah.
But I still think it might be a good thing for, maybe the high schoolers to walk, because I was in high school, and we had no choice but to walk, So that's 3 miles per day. That's a lot.
And that
of walk.
probably, 3 miles a day, some of these kids, and look, you're talking to a guy who's got a few extra pounds. Yeah, with all the crap they drink and eat, are probably good for them,
That's my thought. And I do want to share this, Paul. I was walking. I'm a walker, and so where I live up almost near the Trumbull Mall.
Yeah.
And I was walking, me and my neighbor were walking one day up there, and we actually sat and watched a bus. There were two houses close to each other. The bus stopped in one house, and there's a kid standing right on his grass. He could have just walked on the driveway and got on. He didn't do it. He blew me away. The bus just drove up to I just couldn't believe I was seeing that.
Well,
anyway.
you know what that is, Sandy? That's you know what that is, Sandy? That's the lawyers saying, no, make 2 stops, because if the kid has to walk to the other stop and he or she gets hurt, here comes the lawsuit, right? Right?
Paul, it was the house right next door.
I know.
How hurt would he have gotten to walk? Okay, but I had to say that.
No, that's great. Sandy, thank you. Good to hear from you. Thanks, Sandy. Appreciate it. Yeah. Listen. It's not the walking per se. I mean, we're talking about elementary school kids and high school kids. So, listen, unless they have a physical challenge, I get that, I understand that, but again, okay, you could say like Sandy was just saying, or like I've been saying, well, they're going to have to get there. But again, I wonder about the ancillary things here. Now, thank God, we're equipping the school buses with these license plate readers and these video cameras, to help with that. But if you're going to have, 600 high schoolers, another 1,700 middle schoolers, potentially walking. Now, some of them will get rides. Some of them will carpool. Maybe they'll adjust some of these boundaries from the bus versus no bus area. But isn't that going to put pressure on the police department? I mean, I don't know. Does Chief Porter now say, well, geez, guys and gals, we got more students walking, so we're going to have 2 cars out, 2 patrol cars out at X, Y, and Z every day because we don't want people to go, zipping through there? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. Mary and Ansonia's with us. Hello, Mary. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
This whole thing about this busing thing is crazy.
Yeah?
I grew up in Bridgeport.
Okay.
Okay? Had to walk to school.
Yeah.
Then I moved to Stratford.
Yeah.
And I was 7/10 of a mile from all the schools I had to go to.
That's not bad.
And so I wasn't eligible.
Oh, so you walked.
To get on your busing.
So 7/10 of a mile must have taken you, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Guess what? We just did it. And the good thing about it?
Yeah.
Met good friends along the way.
Yeah. That's another.
We would walk. I would walk and here's another friend.
Yeah.
Here's another friend.
Yeah.
Here's
And you weren't staring into your phones back then either, so you actually talked to people.
Yes.
All right, Mary, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's another thing. Maybe this will be, I'm crazy. Because if they're going to have to walk, they'll be walking. By the way, can people, if you're walking, stop staring at your phone. Come on, walk. I can't tell you, pre-COVID, I told you I was going into New York City to work a side job, which I'm still working, but from home, thank you. I can't tell you how many times I almost got plowed into by somebody walking in the middle of the street. We're talking Fifth Avenue, Midtown in Manhattan, and they're glued to that phone, and they're walking toward me, and the hell if I'm going to move. 2 or 3 times, a couple of women walk right into me and say, "Excuse me, thank you." Can't you? And look, I use my phone every day. Tonight when I go for my walk, I'll be listening to a ball game or playing music. But you know what? I don't bury my head in my freaking phone.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident now on the 8 and 25 connector southbound as you approach 95. A couple miles of stop and go. Just one lane gets by onto 95. North on 95, patchy volume. Stamford to Norwalk, 45 minutes. Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavy. Sherwood Island up to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway, again, 45 minutes from Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavy through Westport, building into Fairfield. Route 8 with delays into the Commodore Hall Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday, sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, our pal, Chris Caruso is going to be updating us, as he usually does, every Friday in the 5:15 break about what's going on with the effort to institute more ethics in the city of Bridgeport. Also, we're going to have Chris comment on an exchange this morning. I'm going to play this out of the news before we talk to Chris. So right after the news, make sure you're with us here. Our award-winning morning show host, Melissa Sheketoff, had a very influential member of the Bridgeport-Hartford delegation. We've had him on this show in the past. Democratic State Rep Steve Staffstrom, who chairs the very powerful General Assembly's Judiciary Committee. And Melissa and Steve discussed, again, what is actually being done in response to yet another wave of news that we had in the past week or so regarding these ongoing allegations. And I understand they're allegations, innocent till proven guilty. I get it. But the beat goes on. As they used to sing, drums keep pounding a rhythm to the brain in Bridgeport. Is there any real honest effort? We're talking an honest bipartisan effort to stop the stuff that has been alleged in 2024, 2023, 2019, and rumored about for years previous. There have been articles written about it. There's been investigative journalism written about it. There was a 2-hour podcast done about this a couple of years ago. And still, the allegations continue to fly. So I think you'll want to hear this exchange this morning between Democratic State Rep Steve Staffstrom of Bridgeport, very well-known gentleman, and our own Melissa Sheketoff, and we'll hear Chris Caruso's response to that coming up after we do that. Anyway, you can always write me, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. Call or text 203-333-9422.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump says he will be meeting soon with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
We'll be announcing the location in maybe a little while, and I think you'll be very happy. We'll see what happens.
Today was the deadline Trump set for Putin to agree to a deal on ending the war in Ukraine. Trump hosted the presidents of Armenia and Azerbaijan at the White House. He says after decades, they've agreed to stop fighting.
There's nothing to compete with this in terms of what we're doing today. It's just such a great achievement for these two. Really, they'll go down as great leaders for what they did.
President Trump has reportedly directed the Pentagon to begin using military forces against drug cartels deemed terrorist organizations. CBS's Nicole Skanga.
Just yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in an interview separately that the designation of drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which we saw earlier this year, allows the United States to tap its intelligence agencies and the Department of Defense.
There has been international condemnation of Israel's decision to take control of Gaza City, but even within Israel itself, as Deborah Patta reports.
Critics say it disregards pleas from the families, IDF warnings, public sentiment, and lessons from past failures.
An appeals court today tossed out a judge's contempt finding against the administration in the deportations of immigrants to an El Salvador prison. The Justice Department has expanded its investigation into New York Attorney General Letitia James in the civil fraud investigation of the president. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
It is pretty unprecedented to go after a prosecutor for doing what prosecutors are supposed to do.
An advocacy group is suing the Justice Department and FBI for records on their handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Democracy Forward wants senior administration officials' communications about Epstein documents and any correspondence between Epstein and President Trump. Astronaut Jim Lovell has died. Our Peter King has a look back at his career.
Jim Lovell was the first man to fly in space 4 times, and on April 13th, 1970, these words from Apollo 13
Houston, we've had a problem.
became his most famous. An oxygen tank had exploded on the way to the moon.
O2 quantity number 2 is 0.
Somehow, in a crippled command module, the crew had to swing around the moon safely to get home. Their lunar module became a lifeboat. Lovell spoke about it in this 2015 CBS News interview.
The odds of us coming back were about 10%.
Lovell was 97. On Wall Street today, the NASDAQ ended the week at a record high. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Authorities have now confirmed that they have recovered the remains of the 6-year-old boy that fell into the Housatonic River in Stratford. The boy was walking on the Birdseye Street boat ramp yesterday at 1:40 p.m. when he fell into the river. Authorities say a United Illuminating employee jumped into the river in an attempt to rescue the boy, but the child did not resurface. Officials said that the strong currents made the search difficult, and the current was going out when the child fell in, and he was found in the direction that the current was going in. The area remains blocked off, with Stratford police, fire, and paramedics remaining on scene. A former Sacred Heart University student appears headed to prison after pleading guilty to causing a crash that seriously injured 6 people. Tyler Delk was reportedly under the influence when he crashed his roommate's car into an Uber carrying the driver and 4 female students at the college. All 5 in the vehicle and Delk were hospitalized with very serious injuries, and all have survived. Delk has agreed to plead guilty to charges that will send him to prison for over 4 years under an agreement with prosecutors. There are over 20 job openings in Wallingford Public Schools, with the first day of classes just weeks away. As of this week, there were 12 teaching positions still open, mostly special education positions. The district also has openings for a social worker, a psychologist, and 2 trauma specialists. Other open positions include nursing staff and cafeteria workers. Meriden is disbanding its volunteer fire department at the end of this year. The decision is based on low volunteer numbers and the money needed to sustain the volunteer program. The city plans to keep Station 6 open with career firefighters to ensure response times in South Meriden are not affected. And the Fairfield national baseball team is a win away from the Little League World Series, and team manager Brian Palazzolo says that spirits are high.
The team was so happy. We want to be Team CT. We love the Fairfield national community, and Connecticut is embracing us as theirs. So it's been really wild. It's fun. It really is.
The youngsters from Fairfield will play against the Long Island, New York team of St. James Smithtown tonight. The winner will be the Metro Region champion and will earn a trip to Williamsport, Pennsylvania for the World Series. The New York team defeated Fairfield National by a 6-1 score on Monday. Tonight's game is at 7 p.m. on ESPN. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident now on the 8 and 25 connector southbound as you approach 95. A couple miles of stop and go. Just one lane gets by onto 95. North on 95, patchy volume. Stamford to Norwalk, 45 minutes. Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavy. Sherwood Island up to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway again, 45 minutes from Norwalk to Bridgeport, heavy through Westport, building into Fairfield. Route 8 with delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, glad to have you for our final hour. A little less, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Glad to have you with us. You know that on this program and on Melissa's show and on Lisa's show and on Chris and John's download program, noon to 2 every day. One of the big stories that continues to hover around Bridgeport is the ongoing investigation about alleged, and let's be fair, innocent till proven guilty, absentee ballot stuff that's been going on allegedly with some documentation since about 2019. And there's been a lot of finger pointing here, and Lisa and myself and Melissa have openly wondered, hey, where is the action in the General Assembly? We know these things are happening to some extent. We know it puts a black eye on the great city and the fine people of Bridgeport. We know that. I've had people on this program call me and say, Paul, when does it end? I don't know. I got to throw my arms up in the air. I say, I don't know. Earlier today on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program, a lengthy discussion about a couple of issues with Democratic State Rep Steve Staffstrom, who's been on this program numerous times. He's been on all the programs here on WICC. First part of the discussion with Melissa and Steve had to do with this new gun control bill in Hartford. We're not talking about that, but then Melissa did ask about what's going on with tightening absentee ballot regulations. And Mr. Staffstrom said that in his mind, one of the things, and we've heard this before, there is a concern about disenfranchising people. There is a concern about not only disenfranchising people who just want to use absentees, but people who have to use them because they're infirm, they're elderly, and I don't think anybody has a problem with that. And Steve did speak to Melissa before the conversation went on. I want to play a segment for you about his concern and the concern some Democrats say they have about disenfranchisement of people. So we'll have some of that, and then Melissa's follow-up to that. Again, this happened this morning right here on WICC.
You know, there is a balancing act that obviously you do want to prevent people from engaging in certainly absentee ballot abuse or any sort of election tampering. But at the same time, we do also want to make sure that voting is convenient and easy for folks. And
but don't you think it's weird, Representative Staffstrom, that Bridgeport by a long shot has almost a quarter of the city votes absentee ballot? I mean, I think it to me, there are just so many, like, I find it weird that the next highest amount is somewhere like Hartford or something with 9%. We're something like 23 or 24% in Bridgeport. That's weird to me. I think it's weird to me that the same people keep being reelected into seats. I think it's weird to me that a woman who was caught on camera stuffing ballot boxes is still the vice chair of the Democratic Town Party. I think it's weird that we're trying to get an Office of Municipal Ethics in the city of Bridgeport, but it's being blocked by 2 out of 3 people on the city council right now who are facing election fraud charges. Like, to me, there are too many weird things, and I always find it odd that every session, no one from Bridgeport up in Hartford wants to do anything about it. Like, we're patting ourselves on the back in Connecticut for more election laws on the books, but nothing that actually addresses the mess that is only in Bridgeport.
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily agree that nobody wants to do anything about it. I think we do. I think but when we pass policy at the state level, we pass it that affects every community in the state. And so if you make it more restrictive to vote by absentee ballot in Bridgeport, you're making it more restrictive for folks in Trumbull or Easton to vote by absentee ballot as well.
But they're not having issues with that.
Well, but there are folks in those communities who certainly do need to vote absentee. I mean, my mother who lives in senior housing in Trumbull often votes absentee because she can't necessarily make it out to the polling location.
And I respect that.
About that? No, but
I totally get that.
But you can't take away the right for folks to vote absentee.
But we also can't allow sketchy politics to go on, which is it feels like is happening. And I always find it weird. Like, why is Senator Perillo, for example, who's from Shelton, a Republican, why is he pushing to change things? But, like, I don't hear anything from Bridgeport representatives.
I'm not aware of Senator Perillo pushing any. I've not seen a bill from him. What I would say is I think the bad actors who are out there need to be prosecuted and held responsible for their actions. And I think that's what I'm certainly committed to making sure happens as chair of the Judiciary Committee.
Okay. So, and let me ask you really quickly, have you put forward bills that would specifically clean up what's gone on in Bridgeport?
Yeah, so we actually tightened up some of our election laws on the criminal side, and have pushed for greater enforcement authority for the state's attorney's office. That's been part of some of the criminal justice reforms we've done.
All right, so there you go. A brief part of a discussion on election matters this morning. Melissa Sheketoff and Bridgeport Democratic State Rep Steve Staffstrom has been on this program numerous times. Chris Caruso coming up on that and more as we continue right here. It is a Friday edition of Connecticut Today.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, August 12th and 14th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident cleared on the 8 and 25 connector heading south into the merge. Not too bad getting further north, looking at some company up into the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95 heaviest out of Westport, Southport. Still a heavy wave on the Parkway, making your way up to 4142. Patchy volume, Fairfield, Trumbull side. Parkway, New Haven County, some delays up into the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yowza as we head into another weekend here. Hope you have some plans. Should be nice. Going to get hot and sticky again next week. I'm ready for October. I don't know about you, but I'm good. Hey, coming up later on in this hour, a major Democratic candidate, possibly in 2028, has talked about an issue that he says his party has to come together on, or the Republicans will make hay on this again. So, no, and it's not immigration. So we'll talk about that. But every week at this time, for a good few minutes, our pal Chris Caruso joins us. Chris, good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Hi, Paul. And, it's pretty ironic. We're talking about absentee ballot abuse.
Shocking.
And ethics reform in Bridgeport. And before I got on the phone with you, I've been watching A Few Good Men with Tom
Cruise.
Sorry, on the phone. With Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson.
Chris, I got to tell you, that courtroom scene at the end is some of the greatest acting in the history of Hollywood. Oh, my God.
Absolutely, isn't it? And, it renews my faith that truth can be pursued and that justice is served. And it's exactly what we're talking about in Bridgeport with the absentee ballot abuse, with the ethics reform that we're trying to create. And it just goes on and on. I listened to the interview with Melissa, and, frankly, we're fortunate to have you and Melissa. Melissa asked the right question. She was very direct, and she's right. She used the word things were weird. Well, it's even worse than weird. It's just unlawful, and the rule of law seems to not matter. And, I happen to know Steve very well.
Mm-hmm.
He's a gentleman. He's a friend. He's very accessible. The constituents in his district, I think, like him very much. But, the excuses that we don't want to disenfranchise voters, this isn't disenfranchising voters. It's not taking away the right for an individual to cast an absentee ballot. It's not stopping that at all. It's the laws that are trying to be created is to stop criminal activity. That's what it is. It's to stop people from being taken advantage of, the elderly, those in marginalized communities. That's what it's meant to do. And to make this excuse, well, we don't want to stop someone who needs it. This is all ridiculous.
I mean, Chris, in the years I've been doing shows like this, and let me tap into you, have you ever seen anywhere, Chris Caruso, not just in Bridgeport, but in the great state of Connecticut, whether it's an absentee ballot or just going to the polls? Chris, I still tell people, if anybody has seen somebody in front of microphones saying, I tried to vote and I was disenfranchised and I couldn't vote, please let me know, because I've never seen that, Chris. I've never seen that.
I've never have heard it either. The one thing where people feel sometimes they're disenfranchised is at the polling place itself. I remember when Barack Obama was running for re-election. I believe it was 2014, and the registrar's office didn't produce enough ballots.
Oh, I remember that. Oh,
remember?
Oh,
so if people are being disenfranchised, it's there. And like in my race in 2007. When 136 ballots were cast without names being checked off on the voting list.
Chris, I was doing shows up in Hartford, I think, around 2014, and I was at a station up there, and I swear, Chris, somebody came up to me in the hallway and said, hey, Paul, and I said, yeah, and they said, you worked in Bridgeport a few years ago. I said, yeah, and we were talking about this story, and he says to me, what in the hell is wrong with Bridgeport? And I said, I don't look at me. I don't know.
And Paul, I've said this before, our entire Bridgeport delegation and the politicians in Bridgeport, the elected officials, have been silent on this issue. And, if they don't want to support absentee ballot reform, say it. I wish they had the intestinal fortitude to stand up and say, we don't want to reform the system. It's actually benefiting us. I would respect that more than sitting by, seeing no evil, hearing no evil, and speaking no evil. Because that's what it is. They're complicit by their silence. And that's what is so frustrating and annoying. And, Steve brings up a point where criminal statutes are being reinforced and so forth. Well, there was an amendment by the Republican Party that was sent into the Judiciary Committee that required jail time for abuses of absentee ballots. And that amendment was killed in that committee, Steve's committee. That's just a fact.
Yeah, and we're talking rampant. We're talking, Chris, as I understand, that would have penalized rampant abuse, not just somebody who may have made an honest mistake, right?
Exactly right, Paul. It's like many of the laws that we have. A judge has discretion.
Yeah.
If it wasn't done intentionally, or if the person's first offense, it isn't a major offense, of course, the judge has that discretion. That's what this would have done. And to stand and say, well, we've tightened up the criminal. No, it hasn't happened. And now you've had all of these investigations going on. People have been indicted, and still there's nothing going on. And there was a bill that came out of the Government Administration Elections Committee, which oversees elections, which oversees the laws concerning absentee ballots. It came out of that committee. There was a provision that if someone's convicted of absentee ballot abuse, they're prohibited from distributing the absentee applications, which is really where the big abuse takes place.
Yeah.
You have people, for example, that have been indicted and have already gone down to the town clerk's office and taken out applications.
I know.
That's
That's just,
election.
Chris, I tell people that, and they say, no, come on. I said, don't believe me. Look it up.
Right.
Go on.
and they almost think we're stunad. As people of Bridgeport, they almost think the politicians think we're stunad, that we have no sense of anything. Well, we know when our elected officials stay silent and don't get involved, they're complicit. We know that.
Yeah.
And what we're asking them to do is stand up and fight for the people of this city. And, the truth of it is, again, I respect Steve, but totally disagree when he says, well, if we pass a law for Bridgeport, it's going to affect the whole state. Well, there's such a thing as calling, let's just use Bridgeport for the new law. Let's see how it works.
Yeah.
Set it up as a pilot
program.
The state does it all the time.
Yeah.
Let's set it up as a pilot program, see how it works.
Yeah.
If it works well, then we can issue it to the entire state. There's ways to do this, okay?
Yeah.
But it's once again, it's this mumbo-jumbo political nonsense talk, and then they wonder why people lose faith in politicians. Then they wonder why in a city election for mayor, you have less than 10% of all the registered Democrats coming out to vote. Then they wonder. There isn't confidence by the voter. The voter doesn't feel their vote makes a difference. And frankly, they're being ripped off. Yeah. And then they also wonder why good people don't run for office. Well, those are the reasons.
Yeah.
That's the reason, because those in power do nothing.
You know what we need? You know what we need, Chris, honestly, after you and I talk about this every week, a nice jar of brioche. That's
you better believe it, Paul. You better believe it.
All right, Chris.
And, frankly, and my mother's wooden spoon a little bit too,
All right, Chris, great stuff as usual. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll check in next week, my friend. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
All right, thank you. By the way, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who are not of the tribe, brioche is Italian Alka-Seltzer. It's, if you got, it's lemon flavored. My father used to sell it. Years ago, it came in clear jars. But you and I, again, if you're Italian, like we used to say, you say, oh yeah, brioche, yeah, looks like styrofoam, smells like lemon, and comes in a blue jar.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a little bit patchy, still out of Stamford area, and the real heavy stuff in Westport up by Sherwood Island. Parkway, same story, patchy volume, Stamford through New Canaan. Really slow into 41, 42 in Westport. Not too bad, Fairfield, Trumbullside, Route 8, still a little bit on the heavy side. Courtesy Carpet, now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday, sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Twice in the last week, Connecticut has had some kind of localized flash flooding events happen. And I've heard from a lot of you that trees have come down, you lost power. And it's just a reminder that we are in hurricane season. I know a lot of times we want to focus on obviously the good of the summertime, but the reality is we are in a very heightened storm season. And if you are not prepared for it, destruction, damage, and certainly tragedy could follow. I want to introduce you to my friends at K&J Tree Service. I work with them, and I have such peace of mind working with them. In fact, I've had their team come out to my house so many times. Mark came out a couple months ago and did a tree assessment, as I've talked about on the show before, and he was able to identify some troubled trees that needed to be addressed and partially removed just to make sure there was no damage to our home, our property, and certainly wasn't going to hurt me and my family. Don't wait for the next storm to see what happens next. Go to kjtreeservice.com. Book a free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity. The Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Town Fair Tires, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump said moments ago he will be meeting very shortly with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump was meeting today with the leaders of two countries who he says will quit fighting after decades.
It's a big, beautiful honor to welcome everyone to the White House for this very historic peace summit between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
There is condemnation of Israel's decision to take over Gaza City. The Palestinian representative at the UN.
Our objective is to stop Israel from taking this extremely dangerous escalation.
Astronaut Jim Lovell has died. In 1970, his words from Apollo 13, "Houston, we have a problem," became his most famous.
About 200,000 miles out, as you might expect, we had that explosion. And right away, we didn't know what the situation was. Well, it turned out that we had an oxygen tank that blew up.
CBS News Brief.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Fairfield Board of Selectmen have deadlocked on choosing a successor for the late Bill Gerber. According to the town charter, the replacement must be from the same political party and chosen by the remaining board members. If they cannot choose someone within 30 days, the town clerk has 10 days to notify a group of Democratic elected officials, as Gerber was a Democrat, who will then have 60 days to determine who the replacement will be. The two selectmen are fellow Democrat and current acting first selectman Christine Vitale and Republican selectman Brenda Kupchik. It appears the undeveloped buildings in the Cherry Street Lofts project in Bridgeport could be demolished in the near future. The city is seeking bids to demolish the 4 blighted buildings that are continuing to deteriorate. Developer Gary Flacco has until the middle of September to secure financing for the redevelopment of the buildings. The complex opened in 2018 and currently features 158 units of affordable housing and a charter school. Mosquitoes infected with West Nile virus have been detected in 21 cities and towns so far this year. Most of the locations where the infected mosquitoes have been found are along the shoreline. However, officials at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station say they are now seeing a geographical expansion of West Nile to new towns. The agency is anticipating a further buildup of West Nile activity from now through September, with an increased risk of human activity. Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Agricultural Experiment Station says that West Nile can cause a wide spectrum of illness.
Flu-like illness, fever, headache, to more severe disease when it infects the central nervous system, and it can cause things like muscle weakness, tremors, seizures, paralysis, and coma.
Governor Ned Lamont signed a new bill into law yesterday that will make it easier for the victims of gun violence to sue the manufacturers and distributors of firearms. Beginning in October, gun makers and retailers must take what the law describes as,
Back
quote,
together
reasonable
again.
controls to prevent liability. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, the governor praised the increased accountability that this law brings to the gun industry.
This law is just one more step as we try and make sure that it's not just Connecticut law enforcement doing all the enforcing, but we hold the manufacturers and the salespeople accountable as well.
However, state Republicans have taken issue with the legislation. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora told Channel 8 that the law casts too wide of a net.
To think now that you're going to cast this net into sportsman clubs and those type of recreational activities where they could inadvertently be pulled in because they're posting something on their bulletin board, to me, just makes it too unreasonable.
The Department of Motor Vehicles office in Stamford has been relocated to the Government Center. The office was displaced from its former home at the Lathan Wider Community Center by a January flood that filled the basement with over 3 feet of water. It's unclear when the damaged facility will be ready to reopen. However, Stamford officials say the move to Government Center appears to be permanent. The office is by appointment only and provides a variety of DMV services that include license and registration renewals. Meriden is disbanding its volunteer fire department at the end of this year. The decision is based on low volunteer numbers and the money needed to sustain the volunteer program. The city plans to keep Station 6 open with career firefighters to ensure response times in South Meriden are not affected. And Governor Ned Lamont says he has reached out to the NBA commissioner to discuss the possible relocation of the WNBA's Connecticut Sun. Lamont says at the end of the day, it's the NBA that makes the call on whether or not the Sun are able to relocate. A Boston-based group has made a $325 million offer to buy the Sun from the Mohegan tribe and move the team to Boston. Lamont says Connecticut, quote, is still in there fighting to keep the team in the state.
I know who our team is. I know that we've got a very competitive bid. I know we have lots of local corporate support who want to make this happen. And we're doing everything we can to keep them here in the state.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, a little bit patchy, still out of Stamford, Darien. The real heavy stuff in Westport up by Sherwood Island. Parkway, same story, patchy volume, Stamford through New Canaan. Really slow into 41, 42 in Westport. Not too bad. Fairfield, Trumbullside, Route 8, still a little bit on the heavy side. Courtesy Carpet, now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And just to mention again, in case you didn't hear, if you're about my age, a little older, a little younger, we lost an American hero today. One of the guys that was my hero growing up, one of my heroes growing up. You know, we all, especially guys, we all wanted to be astronauts at one time. And then we realized you just didn't go and put on a spacesuit and fill out the application. No, you had to be an uber qualified pilot. You had to have military training. You had to have high-level college or technological training. But Jim Lovell passed away today. He was 97. I guess actually they say he passed away yesterday. News broke today. Of course, everybody knows Jim Lovell by Apollo 13. Again, the oxygen tank blowing up in the service module. They whipped around the Earth around the moon, using pretty much no power, able to come back. If you've never seen Apollo 13, see the movie. In fact, it's getting re-released, I think, for a few weekends, and I think it's being shown in some IMAX theaters. So go check that out. But again, what gets lost in all this are the 3 other missions he was on, 2 of which were monumental too. He was on Apollo 13. He was on Apollo 8, which was the first mission to leave Earth orbit and circled the moon. It was Jim Lovell, Bill Anders and Frank Borman. He was on Gemini 12, and he was on Gemini 7. Gemini 7. Now, the Gemini spacecraft was two guys, right? The interior space, now think of this, folks, and I have no idea how they did this. The Gemini capsule, they say the interior space, the usable space where the two astronauts could move around was about the size of a 1960s VW Bug. All right? Frank Borman and Jim Lovell were in there for 14 days. So imagine yourself, and I know he gets heralded for Apollo 13, and he gets heralded for Apollo 8 and Gemini 12. Frank Borman and Jim Lovell were in the equivalent of a VW Bug interior for 2 weeks. Not 2 hours, not 2 days, for 2 weeks, having to attend to all the, shall we say, the human functions with bags and hoses. And for 2 weeks, they're in. Imagine getting in your compact car, in your Toyota, in your Mitsubishi, in your Honda, in whatever, and you can't get out for 2 weeks. That's what Jim Lovell did and Frank Borman did to prove that long-distance or long-duration space flights were possible. I'm a bit of a space nut, and I was reading where some of the recovery crews, when Gemini 7 splashed down, and they opened the hatches after 2 weeks, even the recovery crew guys said that was a special aroma coming from two guys who didn't shower or shave or were able to use normal facilities for 2 weeks. So God rest the soul of Jim Lovell, passing away that's a good run he had, 97. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you, sir?
Yeah, doing all right. That apparently it all contributes to long life, to be trapped in a capsule for 2 weeks.
Imagine that,
endure
Dave.
hardship.
Imagine that you're in a compact car for 2 freaking weeks. Can you imagine that?
I'll go quick. Caruso was terrific.
Yeah, Chris is good.
I keep thinking about the money that we waste, investigating these ballot crimes, prosecuting them in the court. It's millions. Restaging the election, it costs a fortune. Yeah. These people are stealing money directly from us. It's horrible. Yeah. And a little comment on Brioski, always in my family. Yeah. You can't buy it anymore. I had to order it from Amazon.
Yeah, online.
It was about $8.
Yeah.
It's made in Italy. Yeah. And I'm looking at the ingredients right now. It's in my hand. It's sugar, baking soda, malic acid, and dehydrated lemon juice.
Yeah, that's why when you open it up,
it's all natural.
Yeah.
And on a bizarre finish, we used to dump those bizarrely shaped little particles.
Yeah.
They look like dehydrated pipe cleaners. Is what they look like. And we put them in the coal dump cars in our model railroad. Yeah. And we dumped them in ink blackened water to look like toxic waste being dumped in the river back in the Love Canal days. Okay, happy Friday. Thanks
you're
for
out of your mind, Dave. Thanks. I thought he was going to say, well, I thought when he said, like in black ink, I'm like, all right, that could be coal. But only my callers could say, hey, my model train layout it was accurate down to the toxic waste.
Experience the future of primary care right in the palm of your hand. With Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you'll get expert primary care anytime from the comfort of home. Connect with a virtual provider and concierge team who know your medical history. Use HHC 24/7 for acute illnesses to manage your medications, chronic conditions, specialty referrals, and more. All major insurance plans are accepted. Text HHC 247 to 85209 to download the app and never wait again for care with Hartford Healthcare.
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your vehicle maintenance easier. Our technicians come to you at home or work with Mobile Service Plus.
Experience next-level service from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident now in Norwalk, northbound 95, left and center lanes taken out. A 2-car at Route 7. Delays back into the Darien Rest, and then you stay heavy into Westport, Southport. Parkway's the way to go out of Stamford up to Norwalk. Very heavy, though, into 41, 42 in Westport. Extra company, Fairfield, Trumbull side, Route 8's not too bad. A little bit of company into the bridge, and busier on the Parkway. A possible accident by the West Rock Tunnel in Hamden. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60 by the water, in the upper 50s inland. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the low 80s. Sunday, sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
You know, one thing on the national scene's kind of interesting here, and of course everybody is already jockeying for position here for 2026 and 2028 and 2026 with what's going on in Texas, which, by the way, for the record, I think is one of the dumbest freaking things the GOP and the White House could do. And now maybe they think it's going to play well and it won't affect them in the midterms, but come on. You're going to redistrict Texas? Now stop. Again, nobody does circular firing squads like the Republican Party. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, and we've talked about this on this show, and I've gone back and forth with callers about this, and I've had experts on there. And there are people who will say, in fact, Chris Murphy said this the other day. In fact, I should have. Is that? Hang on a second. Do I have Chris Murphy, or did I put? No, I think I put Mr. Murphy away in the Murphy file. All right. The other day, Chris Murphy was out with two progressive members of Congress, I think somewhere in Arizona. And he was juxtaposing money issues, kitchen table money issues, with social issues. And he said, "What's more important to you, this money issue or illegal immigrants? What's more important with you, your health insurance or something?" And he said something along the line of, "What matters more to you, the inability to pay for college," or something like that, versus a person who maybe a trans person who wants to be, wants to play a woman's sport, but maybe a biological male. So he's doing that to a mainly progressive audience. And this is interesting here from a guy who is openly gay, guy who doesn't run away from it, and is a pretty effective communicator here, and who may run for president in 2028. Pete Buttigieg, the former transportation secretary, who's, very good on national television. You may not agree with him policy-wise, but he's very good on camera. He explains things well, agree with him or not. And again, the guy's openly gay. He has a husband. They have adopted kids. I don't care if you're gay, homosexual, lesbian, pansexual, trisexual, you make love to trees. I don't care. What's your policy? So at the same time, you have Chris Murphy out there saying, "Hey, come on, you know what's more important to you, the cost of your house or your health care insurance, or somebody who wants to play a girl's sport if he's a biological male?" Well, apparently, Pete Buttigieg is saying, "Well, no, this is an issue that hurts us." Pete Buttigieg, apparently in some sort of an interview, said the other day that the trans athlete issue is complicated, meaning that, obviously some people want to see trans people enjoy athletic competition, but they understand that it's an issue that resonates with a lot of people in this country. Saying that, hey, what can we do to make accommodations here versus, not trampling on the rights, say, of young girls or young women to have their finishes, their times, their trophies, whatever, based on, their competition with biological women and biological men. And he says here, he understands why some parents. Now think about this. Here you have Chris Murphy, I guess apparently, heterosexual male, out on the campaign trail. And trust me, he's running. This is not an official campaign, but he is saying that, hey, a lot of vote. This is not a big deal. This should be a big deal, a money issue or something. Where you have an openly gay gentleman and Pete Buttigieg saying that, okay, he can understand why some parents might be upset about their daughters being subjected to competing against biological men. So I give him credit because he knows this issue hurts his party. And there are a lot of people that call this show and other people I read, they just, when you talk about this issue, all they want to do is la, 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 not listening, not watching. But the fact of the matter is, people don't think it's normal. They just don't. So kudos to Pete Buttigieg for saying what he did, but my God, this guy is now getting roasted on social media. He's betraying our community, one person wrote here. And here's another one. I know he wants to be president, and this is mostly for show, but let's see how long he keeps this up once it is run by the new gender identity overlords. Oh, my God. Folks, I'm telling you, if you are of the Trump-hating crowd or the numerous people I know that say Trump's got to go, MAGA's got to go. Well, okay, that's up to you. Maybe you're prescient on it. Maybe you will. But again, as many people that would like to put their hands over their ears, cover their mouths, and their hands over their eyes for, the issue of trans participation in women's and girls' sports, it's not going away. It's not. And here you have an openly gay gentleman who doesn't hide it, who has a husband, they have kids together. The guy's being rumored for, a possible nomination in 2028. And here's a guy that even says, yeah, this is a problem here. And he's getting roasted. It is, again, the litmus test, and we have them on the left, and we have them on the right, and they're crazy, and they're nuts. We have to stop paying attention to the 10% or 15% on the far right and the 10% or the 15% on the far left. Because when the right is crazy, the left is crazy. When the left is crazy, the right's crazy. When the right is centered and balanced, the left is centered and balanced. When the left is centered and balanced, the right is centered and balanced. And, Pete Buttigieg is running second or third in a lot of polls for the possible nomination. Now, having said all that, I do think, and this is just, like I said, I don't care how he conducts his life, as long as he's happy. I couldn't care less. I do not think America is ready to elect a gay president, a gay or lesbian president. I just don't think so. Will they? Will it happen eventually? Sure. And there are some leaders around the world. Is it the president of Ireland, I think, who's openly gay? I think there's one or two world leaders who are. And I couldn't care less. But I give kudos and credit to Buttigieg, who says, listen, this is a tough issue for us. But, man, you just got to sit here and laugh. Already, all he did was make a remark saying, hey, we have to come out with a better position on this. And he's being roasted. It is mind-numbing that there is this inability for some people on the left and on the right, for that matter, to say, hey, you got to get rid of these litmus tests. And believe me, the right has some idiotic litmus tests, too. And we're going to see that locally here in Connecticut coming up likely with the gubernatorial race late this year into early next year. Because the Republican voters in this state are going to look at Jen Tooker in Westport and they'll complain about something. They're going to look at Aaron Stewart and they're going to complain about something. And they're going to look at Ryan Fazio and they're going to complain about something. And here comes the litmus test. And look how that in this state, at least among the Republican voters, has gonged a lot of eminently qualified candidates. 2 words, them is Claritas. Traffic and weather together right here. We'll wrap it up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident now in Norwalk, northbound 95, left and center lanes taken out. A 2-car at Route 7. Delays back into the Darien Rest, and then you stay heavy into Westport, Southport. Parkway's the way to go out of Stamford up to Norwalk. Very heavy, though, into 41, 42 in Westport. Extra company, Fairfield, Trumbull side, Route 8's not too bad. A little bit of company into the bridge. And busier on the Parkway, a possible accident by the West Rock Tunnel in Hamden. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear with a low near 60 in the upper 50s inland. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 80s. Sunday sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until August 31st with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Well, here's another big thing we have to look at over the weekend. I don't know how I'm going to say this. How many more sex toys are going to be thrown on the court at WNBA games? So you've been following this. And again, you kind of have to mention it. I know, sex toys. Well, you know, there's a slang for what's being thrown on the court. I think it's happened 7 times now at WNBA games. And yes, the WNBA in the news. Will the Connecticut Sun leave? Will they go to Hartford? Will they go to Boston? Whatever. Well, the other big story in the WNBA is that there seems to be, and a lot of people are saying now, it's a marketing thing for a cryptocurrency outfit or something. But I believe 7 times or so in the past few weeks, someone has been throwing, well, they've all come from individuals, but are they related? Nobody really knows. Are they connected business-wise? Again, there is this rumor that it has to do with cryptocurrency. But again, certain times in 6 or 7 games, sex toys. The particular toy representing the appendage of the male species have, I don't know how the heck else I can say it. I'm not going to use the slang, but you know what they are. They are mm-mm. And this is getting why are you talking about this, Paul? This is getting national coverage. Google this or go to Bing or Yahoo. There's hundreds of articles on it. So I will keep a keen eye out for you this weekend to see if there are any more representations of the male appendage that are thrown, I'm not kidding you, this is happening, onto the court at WNBA games. They say it's a cryptocurrency outfit that's doing this. I don't know. I'm trying to make the connection. I don't get it. Folks, have a wonderful weekend. We'll be back Monday, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 2. Chris Williams, thank you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There has been an arrest after a manhunt in Montana for a murder suspect. Michael Toscano has the latest.
Lewis and Clark County Sheriff Leo Dutton announced that 45-year-old Michael Brown was taken into custody alive after a 7-day search. Details of his arrest have not yet been released. Police say Brown opened fire in the Owl Bar in the rural town of Anaconda early last Friday, possibly escaping into nearby foothills in the northwestern part of the state.
And some breaking news at this hour. Emory University alerted students and staff today of an active shooter on their Atlanta campus. Few other details are known. On the day President Trump had set as a deadline for Vladimir Putin to come to an agreement on Ukraine, Trump has announced the two will meet shortly. It isn't clear where.
There's security arrangements that, unfortunately, people have to make. Otherwise, I'd do it much quicker. He would too. He'd like to meet as soon as possible. I agree with it.
There is no word on whether Ukraine's president is included. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi.
Trump is going to meet with Putin first, and that comes after Special Envoy Witkoff did and said there was a breakthrough. There was concrete evidence and details we finally got about what the Russians need to end the war. Now, we know the president has been talking with Zelensky, but wherever this is, it doesn't sound like he's invited to it.
Trump has reportedly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against some Latin American drug cartels. CBS's Nicole Skanga has more.
Use of military forces to carry out what has primarily been a law enforcement responsibility to curb narco trafficking also raises a number of legal and even logistical questions. For her part, the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum today said that members of the U.S. military would not be entering Mexico. In a statement, a White House spokesperson said only that President Trump's top priority is protecting the homeland.
The attorney for a Tennessee man who said he was hurting so bad during his execution this week says the man's implanted defibrillator did not shock him during the execution, but she said he clearly suffered, and there are many questions. The latest salvo in the Texas redistricting battle, Democratic lawmakers who fled the state will need to show up to collect their paychecks. House Speaker Dustin Burrows.
The Constitution forbids us from withholding pay. It does not dictate how we issue the pay. Those checks must now be picked up in person on Capitol grounds, effective immediately.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. The Nasdaq Composite set a record. The Dow Jones Industrials were up 206 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out That's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's really hard to keep track of all the pieces of legislation that pass in the state of Connecticut, but apparently Connecticut just became the 15th state in the country to pass an act regarding bleeding control. And you may be wondering, well, why does that matter? Well, did you know bleeding injuries are actually the leading cause of preventable death for trauma care in the United States? And so we need to do more, certainly, to address this. And joining us now to talk about this is Hartford Healthcare's Dr. Shay Gregg, chair of surgery at St. Vincent's Medical Center, also chief of State Trauma Committee. And you actually testified, Dr. Gregg, and worked behind the scenes to get this law passed. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you to the audience for actually taking some time to hear about this.
Well, like I said, one of the things that I love to do on this show is to make sure people know about the bills that pass and become law, and also the significance of them, because there's a lot of hard work that goes into passing bills, certainly. So why did you take this on? Why did this become something on top of the workload that you do? You needed something to pass.
Absolutely. So, I think it's worthwhile just taking a very brief look into the history of hemorrhage control education and where we are today. And we have to remember that there have been some absolutely horrible sights that have come across our screen. In Connecticut, we had the horrible incident in Newtown. We have seen the effects of, terrorist-like activity up in Boston for the Boston Marathon bombing. And interestingly, those events in particular were actually, they were as tragic as they were, but they were also inspirational for one of our, very well-known physicians within the state of Connecticut, Dr. Lenworth Jacobs. And he moved forward to say, we can do something about teaching civilians about bleeding control. And so actually the whole Stop the Bleed campaign, which is now sponsored by the American College of Surgeons, was born in Connecticut, and it originated as the Hartford Consensus, which was Hartford Consensus 1, 2, and 3. And it eventually scaled into a teachable course for civilians that could learn the key components of hemorrhage control in emergencies, whether it's, someone gets injured in the shop by a saw, or someone gets injured out in a motor vehicle crash. But we wanted to give, people are shot. But we wanted to give civilians the tools they needed, just like CPR, to control hemorrhage in an emergency situation.
So help us to understand, obviously, the need for that. Agreed. What does this legislation specifically do? And again, what we understand, obviously, what led to passing this bleeding control and training kits need. But, I guess talk about even the specifics of what's inside the bleeding kits, and really helping us to understand the specifics of this law.
Sure. So through Hartford Healthcare, and actually in healthcare in general right now, we talk about access. And we usually think of access as things like, patient access to emergency care, patient access to cancer care, and all these other sort of components. But we also also incorporates access to education. And this is very much along those lines. We wanted to actually broaden our sort of bootstrapped efforts of teaching Stop the Bleed to a variety, and hemorrhage control in general, to, smaller factions, and through legislation actually really reach larger factions. So there's two components of the bill. The first part of the bill talks about who do we teach to, and the bill actually specifies that, public service officials, so people who are actually serving the public in whatever capacity, municipal workers, et cetera, should get this training called Stop the Bleed. Fire, EMS, police should get this training. Educational specialists and people who teach in the schools, like high schools, should get this training. The vision of this bill and the vision of Stop the Bleed in general is that this is as ubiquitous as CPR, hands-free CPR. So through the legislation, we felt that we would be able to open doors to a much broader audience. And the second part, briefly, is the installation of bleeding control kits in public areas of congregation. And it is recommended that these kits, that honestly, there was a concern about cost, they can only cost $40 to include the key components of what's needed in these kits, which may be a tourniquet, dressings that you could pack wounds, safety equipment, the most important thing that people have to have access to, rubber gloves, etc., scissors, and other things that will basically assist in the management of acute life-threatening hemorrhage. So the two components were extremely important in the bill, and we were fortunate to get them passed as HB 7200, which eventually was signed off by Governor Lamont recently.
So again, we have Dr. Shea Gregg here, who is the chair of surgery at St. Vincent's, but also is the chief of the State Trauma Committee. And again, testified, worked really hard to get this law passed. And now it is in effect. And in fact, it made Connecticut the 15th state in the country. I am curious, though, like you bring up, a few minutes ago, Dr. Gregg, you brought up the Boston Marathon. Why is this not something that, immediately I would almost say overnight? I mean, God, you could bring up 9/11 if you want to. You could bring up anything. Why is the country, would you say, so slow to this? Because you're right. To me, when I think about, getting, Stop the Bleed, to me, that reminds me of the push that we've seen for CPR training and things like that. And I am surprised that there's not more action. I mean, does it come down to money being the reason? I'm surprised that more states are not on board with focusing on this, certainly.
Sure. And, we have to look at our financial landscape. And money has played a major role. This bill, I think we started 3 years ago working on this.
Really?
And, yes, exactly. Wow. And honestly, it took incredible collaboration between state legislators, state reps, the public who came out and testified for this, et cetera, the EMS advisory board leadership, as well as, the Connecticut Trauma Committee. This took a lot of people to sort of come together and understand, one, its importance, but two, the financial impact of this. If you look on it very superficially, there was a very large fiscal note that got into the millions that was attached to the bill.
Really? Wow.
Yes, exactly. But it took time for people to understand, wait a minute, there are a lot of people. This is a train-the-trainer course. 5 million have been trained in Stop the Bleed techniques worldwide right now. So it was just a matter of getting people to understand, hey, we'll teach this, but if you provide access through the legislation aspect of things and recognize that these Stop the Bleed kits are as little as $40 and can be found. You can even place them next to an AED and just mark your bleeding control kit here, your storage area. Then honestly, the fiscal impact is very minimal. So it took time for people to understand that. We, as a trauma and EMS community, actually are providing this treatment, this training, and now I believe that we are going to have a much broader audience that we are going to be able to reach.
Yeah, and certainly more of an understanding. And again, you had mentioned before, Dr. Gregg, that this is going to be for basically all first responders, even putting them in the school, having the training there, which I think is great. But I think the average person, I think more and more people are understanding the importance of having, CPR training, or, for example, having like a life vac in their cars in case somebody's choking, having now that it's become available at pharmacies, even if they don't have a drug addict in the family, having Narcan on them. I think people are becoming more savvy when they realize, oh, this is something I can just have with me in my purse or in my car or in my kitchen, so that if, God forbid, something happened, I know what to do. And I think even just bringing awareness to, wow,